Fine. All right, going live in 3, 2, 1. All right, going live in 3.
Sorry, 1 second. Hey there, everyone. My name is Yusuf. On behalf of the entire ISSessions executive team, and
Sorry, 1 second. Hey there, everyone.
sorry.
My name is Yusuf. Is that you, Yusuf?
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Sorry. Yes, on behalf of the entire ISSessions executive team and our sponsors and everyone involved in the CTF, I just want to welcome you all. Good morning. I hope you guys are excited for what's to come today. I know we all are, and yeah. So I just want to talk to you about what's coming today, and then I'll go into a little bit what I want you to take away from the CTF, and then I'll hand it over to my partner, Luai. So what's the plan for today? So today we're going to start off with Luai and Kurt, who are going to talk about the past and the future of ISSessions, and then they're going to go into what you can kind of expect out of the day today. And then we'll have 3 workshops, not 1, not 2, but 3 workshops. Now, who's excited for that? Who's excited?
Oh,
Woo!
yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Me.
Perfect, awesome. So yeah, so we have 3 workshops, one from 11 to 12. That workshop is Trend Micro's Introduction to End-Day Vulnerability Research. And then from 1 to 2, we'll have Bell with Threat Hunting with Mordor. And then from 3 to 3:30, we'll have Deloitte, a Wireshark, a primer. Okay, so that's what you can expect. And then after Luai and Kurt, we'll have our amazing, phenomenal keynote speaker, John Simpson, who will be sharing with you his thoughts on CTFs and why they're important in our industry. So make sure you stay tuned. I see that there's around 40 of you watching now, so that's great. Thank you all for coming out on this Saturday morning. So what do I want you to take away from the CTF? I think it's just super important that you participate to your best ability. You're going to take out of it what you put in. So at the end of the day, times are going to be hard. I know there's a lot of you actually, who this may be their first CTF. And if that's the case, that's great. We want that. And we just want you to understand that today is supposed to be a day where you have fun, where you learn a lot. And yeah, so biggest point, you're going to take out of it what you put in it. So with that, I give it to my good friend, ISSessions Vice President, Luai Aboud. If he was beside me, I would totally drag him on stage, but he's not. So Luai, take it away. You're muted, Luai, if you're talking.
Hey, everyone. Sorry, just setting up the stream. Give me 1 moment. Okay. Where is it? Here. Okay. And let's present. Yeah, so I am super excited to finally be here at ISSessions CTF. I know we've left you hanging for a couple of years now. The last CTF was canceled, but ISSessions CTF 2021 is here, and it is presented to you by the ISSessions executive team, as well as our industry partners and our whole community. So what did I want to kind of talk about in these 30 minutes? What Kurt and I thought would be really good to go through would be to actually talk about, like, why are we getting together here at ISSessions? What has the past of ISSessions looked like? What does the present look like? And then what should we expect in the future? I know a lot of you that are with us today are not necessarily, you might have never been to an ISSessions meeting. So we want to make sure you know everything about our club so that you can keep coming back. To us, that's super important. I think we have an incredible community, and I really want you to be part of it. Okay, so the first thing that we should talk about is why ISSessions, right? So why do we actually get together, on a bi-weekly basis and share our knowledge with fellow students? Why do industry professionals come? Why do alumni come? What's the big idea, essentially? And fundamentally, it boils down to one thing. To be honest, from my experience, being a student is tough. Confidence is always in short supply. A lot of you might be coming into this program. You're in first and second year. I know about 60% of the participants actually in the CTF are in first and second year. And you're asking yourself, did I make the right decision by choosing to go into this InfoSec career? Others are actually thinking, maybe this is your second degree. I'm certainly in that boat. And you're asking yourself, am I sure I actually want to put myself, through that second degree? And then on top of that, there's stuff like, will I find a co-op? How will I pay off my student debt? And then eventually, will I be able to afford a house, maybe even start a family? And the big question is, am I good enough? So confidence is always in short supply when you're a student, but confidence is really the key ingredient to success. And so what our mission here at ISSession, what it fundamentally boils down to is to build confidence. Our mission is to develop students into highly skilled information security professionals. And the way we do that is by providing a student-led learning forum, by providing a project showcase, so somewhere where students can feel confident enough to go up and actually share what they've been working on, and also to provide a recruitment hub for new talent. And really the goal of all of this is to ensure that you, the student, feels empowered, you feel that you are respected, you feel that you are in control, and that you're ready to take on the world, and that there's really nothing holding you back. Truly the only barrier is the one that you set up for yourself in your mind, and we want to help you break that. And the way we do that is by creating what I like to call these magical sort of learning moments. So our community is composed of mostly students and alumni, and then industry partners. They come together to form what is our ISSessions community, and then they create these magical learning moments. Magical learning moments like, for example, attending your first InfoSec conference. So this is actually me at Hackfest here. This bottom picture is it's us at B-Sides. This is Kiefer. This is Brandon, and that's me there. And this is Steffi. I don't know what I'm doing with my hands there, but attending your first InfoSec conference and feeling that atmosphere, that's one of those magical moments that were facilitated, for example, by this club. Another thing is maybe solving your first CTF challenge. Many of you will be doing that today, or actually developing your first CTF challenge. So we had about 12 or 13 challenge developers over the last couple of years. This is Brandon. He's a very close friend of mine, and you can see the challenge dev bubble there. And then here, this is actually a CTF Pico. It's a Pico CTF get together. A bunch of students got together back in 2019 in order to solve some challenges. And I know a lot of people actually got into CTFs because of that first get together that we did. And most importantly, it's about feeling like you belong to a community where you can fully express yourself. This is us at the How to CTF meeting, not this year, but last year. And it's one of my favorite pictures of all time. Everybody's smiling. Everybody feels comfortable in this space where we can talk about our interests and share with each other what we've learned so far, without judgment, which is just incredible. Okay, so that's our goal. It's to try and create those magical moments, is to help you feel confident, is to help you feel empowered. So how have we been doing so far? Well, let's actually take a look at ISSessions over the last 2 years. And I just actually want to share some statistics with you that sort of show our progress, and they're really cool. So let's first talk about membership and attendance. And in both those categories, we've actually seen tremendous growth, and we've almost doubled our attendance. So in Discord right now, we have about over 550 members. We went from about 18 to 22 regular attendees at ISSessions meetings to about 40 to 50 right now. During this CTF, thanks to you, there are 250 CTF participants today. That's super incredible. And you're representing over 15 different Ontario schools. And that's really awesome. I'm really happy that we have created a space where everybody can come and learn together. And I hope that this CTF is not your last interaction with ISSessions, that you keep coming back. In terms of speakers, so over the last 2 years, we've had 28 unique speakers over 28 meetings. What's really awesome is that actually a full 12 of those have not been, alumni or industry professionals. They're great too, but they have been student speakers, and that's really awesome. This is Jamie Sin, and he's talking about his forensics tool that he developed called iChat tool. Also, during our meetings over the last couple of years, we've introduced 4 new segments. So the feature story, Project 10, Rick's random repo rundown, and memory lane. And each one sort of brings a different learning angle to every meeting. And then on top of our regular meetings where we have speakers and where people present projects, we also have our hands-on workshops. And I'm really proud to say that in the last 2 years, we've had 10 hands-on workshops, and 8 of those workshops have been student-led. So these students, felt that they had something to share, and they came to me or Kurt, and they said, you know what, I want to put a workshop on, and that's really incredible because again, confidence is in such short supply, and when we find just a little bit, like a tiny flame, we want to nurture it into a big fire, and that's been a great success. 10 workshops over the last 2 years. And then finally, we have a ton of fun. So you can see here, this is us preparing for last year's CTF. This is the CTF, the team that was preparing, not the full team, of course, but you can see everybody is a character in this picture. We used to meet in this room in Sheridan, S302. And we used to work on the CTF. This is us here at bowling. Okay, we did a get together with Seneca. And we did kind of like a bowling tournament, which of course Sheridan won, no big deal. And then this is us here before bowling at the pub. And this kind of stuff is really fun, even if it's not InfoSec related. It means that I've met somebody new, and I've touched their life in some way, and that's incredible. Okay, so that's the past and present of ISSessions, and it's pretty great. But what about the future? And that is exactly what Kurt Kuzbek, the current president, will be talking to you about.
Thank you, Luai. Yeah, it's crazy to think about how this club has grown in just 7 years. I was not here in the beginning, but from what I hear, ISSessions started as a small meetup group of like 4 people. And in only 7 years, ISSessions has become the largest student InfoSec community in Canada. So it's nuts, right? And it's like actually beautiful to show all the pictures that Luai shared. But yeah, we built a community where the brightest minds in the industry, including students, alumni, and industry professionals, can come together to learn and teach. This past year has been like tough for a lot of us, but I think we did make the absolute best of the situation we were dealt. And I believe we truly did really step up in delivering a great online experience for our community. But that being said, holy shit, I can't wait to get back to meeting people in person. It is my goal in the future to take all the things we've learned about making a great online experience and combine those with what we love about those in-person meetings. So I really look forward to seeing you all sometime later this year when things return to normal. And then continuing on what we want with the future of ISSessions and what we want that to mean, we'd really like to be a competitive force. So if you think of like a varsity CTF teams that represent, who we are as a community, we've kind of already started that. We've recently had 2 groups of Sheridan students do very well at CyberSci, and we've already built a team for the upcoming C3X in May. So we would love to continue to grow and build upon that competitive aspect. I personally believe that's an amazing way to learn new things and become much more involved in information security. You don't need to be a fourth year or third year to be involved in that. We have our current C3X team has first years on backup. So like and they come to every meeting, they're involved as well. So, that's a great way to learn. And then I guess the final thing about the future of ISSessions is that, we want even more stronger engagement with the industry. There's no shortage of organizations that are willing to do talks and workshops. And people in this industry love to share. So we definitely want to continue to make new connections and build awesome new relationships in the future. So yeah, that's all for my part here. I'm going to hand it back to Luai, who's going to talk about reminders that you should think about during the CTF.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kurt. So now that we've gone through, past, present, and future, let's actually talk about today and about the CTF that you're about to do. So you actually already have pretty much all of the information that I'm going to go over. I just want to make sure that we go over it again, just in a quick bullet point format. I'm going to invite my fellow execs to unmute their mics and help me out here. If you see anything that I've missed, please jump in. And with that being said, let's get started. So the first thing is, it boils down to be nice, right? Harassment, bullying, assault, any of that will not be tolerated. Please, one thing that I really, really want to stress is don't forget the people who built the CTF, not just who built it, but the people who are volunteering today as well, are students, they're mostly students just like you. Okay, some of them are in second year, some of them are in third year, and some of them are in fourth year. Please be very nice to them. Okay, be patient. This is our first time doing an event at this scale. So it's important that we are patient with you and that you're patient with us so that any problems that come up, we can deal with in a timely manner. Also, no brute forcing of any kind is allowed. Just remember that, right? So flag submission brute forcing, or login form brute forcing, or registration form brute forcing. Okay, just don't do it, please. Unless, okay, in the challenge instructions, it is stated that it is allowed. Okay, and there's actually only one challenge where it is allowed, and it says, in big bold letters, you are allowed to do brute forcing for this challenge, and assume that you can't for everything else. Stay informed. Okay, so you should all now be in the Discord. If you're not, we'll probably send an invite, another invite very soon. Look for announcements on Discord as well as CTFD. Okay, so we'll be communicating with you all day, sending you reminders, and then if there's any problems or anything like that, we will tell you about it. You should know, if you're already here, that we are streaming to YouTube both days. We'll be streaming select workshops. Okay, not all workshops will be streamed, but most of them will. And then the scoreboard, etc. So you can tune in there if you just want to kind of have a look at what's going on. The Discord should have also a general voice chat where you can just come and hang out and chill and talk with everybody if you just want to, take a break. Okay. Ask for help. Okay, so if you need help with anything, okay, there is a ticket tool in Discord that you can go to, and you can open a ticket with one of the mentors that is helping you today. Okay, please don't send us any DMs because DMs will be ignored. Okay, a Discord category has been created for each team. So once you open a ticket, you tell us what you need help with, we jump into your Discord category for your team, and then we start talking to you either by text or by voice. Okay, so that's how we're going to help you today. That applies if you are competing as a team. If you are competing as an individual, you don't have a category created for you. You still open a ticket, but what we'll do is we'll just essentially send you a message directly. Okay. So the only way that you contact us is through the ticket tool. The only way that we contact you is by, calling you or texting you directly once we've seen that ticket.
I will mention that if you do not have a team, if your team does not show up and you would like one, please just open a ticket or send something in general help and we can set that up for you.
Great point. And finally, make sure you attend those workshops. Okay, these workshops. It's actually interesting. We're kind of in this weird space between a conference, because we have workshops and talks, and also a CTF, right? And the way we're kind of reconciling those two things is by actually giving you points to attend the workshops. These workshops are being provided completely for free by InfoSec professionals. If you want to learn about what these companies are doing, if you are, for example, looking for a co-op very, very soon, make sure that you go and join these workshops. Okay. If you are joining the Bell workshop, make sure that you check your email. We're very soon going to be sending out creds for something that you're going to need to access. For the Deloitte workshop, that's going to be delivered over Zoom, so that's not going to be streamed on YouTube. And the links will actually be in the challenge on CTFD. To that point, so essentially, even the workshops you will see, right? You have to submit the flag for that workshop. So you're going to see a challenge that has the workshop's name. Inside of that challenge, you're going to see everything that you need for the workshop, including any information that you need to connect to it. Okay, hopefully that's clear. For Trend Micro, it's pretty simple. You go on YouTube and you watch the workshop. That's it. For Security Compass, so registration for that workshop is still open. That's a capped workshop because it's a very hands-on workshop. They have like a bunch of Bluetooth devices set up. We are still accepting people for those workshops. You can only send one per team. Okay, so please sign up and let us know if you would like to attend, and then we'll basically send you a message saying, yep, you've made it into this workshop. The workshop will run twice, so we'll tell you which one you've gone into.
On that, Louis, I'm going to right now post that link for the registration for the Security Compass workshop in the CTF announcements channel. If you haven't signed up and still want to sign up, it'll be there right now.
Awesome. And that's it. So now I'm going to hand it off to Kurt, and Kurt will be giving a few thank yous because we love you.
Awesome. Thank you, Louis. I love you too. To close off our thoughts, I'd love to give a huge shout out to, and thanks to everyone involved in making this event the best it could be. So, thank you to all of our sponsors, all of the volunteers, the 2020 CTF team, and of course, thanks to the current exec team. I feel extremely privileged to work with such a group of awesome people. And finally, thanks to all the students who come and participate at our events. Your support is why we love doing this. And that's all from all of us. Next up, we're gonna present John Simpson's keynote. Either if he's ready now, or we might go on break until 9:30. Let's see, John, are you ready at the moment, or do you need a minute?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Beautiful. Okay.
Sorry, 1 second. Everyone, if I'm getting a lot of messages about the Security Compass workshop, if you have signed up, you will be receiving your invites either by the end of today or early tomorrow. That workshop is tomorrow, not today. So you'll get your invites before the workshop. Just make sure to look out on Discord and your emails for that invite and for when we send them out. Yeah, that's all I have for that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Yusuf. Yeah, I will give you, or sorry, can you give him co-host, Jamie?
Here you go, John. Give that a try.
There we go. All right. Everybody see that?
Yep, looks great.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. As mentioned, my name is John Simpson. I am going to be giving the keynote for today to kick everything off, and just really quick thank you for the exec team for giving me this opportunity, and allowing us, Trend Micro, to sponsor such an awesome event. Yeah, so this is the keynote that I had actually written for the 2020 CTF. This is what I had planned on saying basically a year ago. So let's get right into it. So first off, just a quick little bit about myself. So currently I'm the team lead and a vulnerability researcher with Trend Micro Research in Toronto. I am a Sheridan College Bachelor of Applied Information Security graduate in the class of 2015. Before my current job, I previously did some consulting with SOC engineering, a little bit of pen testing and vulnerability assessment as well. I was used to be the host of ISSessions for a couple years. And as part of our my capstone project, my team ran the 2015 Sheridan CTF. And it's really quite amazing to see how things have grown, since the early days of sessions when, as was mentioned, there was like, some sessions, there were 4 or 5 of us in a room just, chatting about InfoSec stuff. So really, really awesome to see how big this has gotten. Okay, so CTF. You might be nervous, anxious, excited. A lot of you probably experiencing a lot of different feelings right now. Maybe you're bouncing off the walls. You might be ready to fall asleep because you couldn't or didn't want to sleep last night, and that includes the organizers. I've been there. A lot of you are about to play your first live CTF. Now, although we aren't holding it in person, the way that the organizers have designed the event does create a lot of the same feelings associated with an in-person, time-limited competition. So I imagine that before today, and maybe even this morning, some of you were maybe thinking of bailing out. You might be worried about letting down your team or feeling like a failure. And that's exactly what happened to me before my first CTF, which was in person at the Hackfest conference in Quebec City in 2012. All right, so I'm going to kind of walk you through this whole somewhat disastrous experience of mine. So going into this and going to the conference, I knew we were signed up for the CTF, but I was really nervous about it, and I thought we could easily just choose to kind of back out and not play. So that's like my registration email. Okay, we're called the Carvers, as in like file carvers, and this is we're going to be joining this other team. So most of us that were kind of signed up for this team, we were only in our 3rd semester, so we were 2nd-year students. We felt we had absolutely no business playing in any sort of hacking games. Now, I tried to bail out. I did. I can't say that I didn't make an attempt. So after the conference talks had wrapped up for the day, we discussed, amongst ourselves about the CTF, and we generally kind of said, yeah, I think, it's going to be, we're going to be so out of our league. There's not really much point in us even playing. But then 45 minutes before the event was actually meant to start, we get an email from our teammates saying, hey guys, we're standing near the French track doors at the conference. Do you want to meet up and talk about strategy? And so cue panic. I didn't even have my laptop on me. I had to go back to my hotel and get it. Cue like immediate sort of freak out. So the Friday night Capture the Flag. So at Hackfest, typically they used to do 2 different Capture the Flags events, one on each night. And the Friday night Capture the Flag was a team versus team cyber war affair with teams of 10 people. So 5 of us from Sheridan had signed up, and we were paired with 5 players from another school, from a school in Quebec. Now, documents had been provided weeks in advance to help teams prepare. We did not read any of these documents, nor were we even really aware they existed. And I'm not sure that our teammates did either. And on top of that, to make things even more difficult, most of our teammates only spoke French. And we were in Quebec after all, so that was obviously completely understandable. So just so you kind of get an idea of the complexity of the infrastructure that we were tasked with protecting and attacking, this is, the infrastructure that was provided to us for just our team. So this is an example, we have our router, we have, all these different sort of, pieces. We have like router, there's, the simulated network, there's internet access. We have, these different servers we're responsible for, and then our own users. And that alone is intimidating. But then we went and we looked at, this is what the actual total simulated network between all the teams and everything like that looked like. It was crazy. There was even like a secret Tor network with, hidden back doors into other people's networks. There was, physical things like a little toy missile launcher and cameras. It was absolutely crazy. And the fact that we had done zero preparation meant this was a really, really, really intimidating thing to just jump into with 45 minutes notice. So early on in the CTF, teams were given 30 minutes to perform an initial assessment of their infrastructure before attacking was permitted. So you could start patching and, looking for holes in your infrastructure. But this is a lot easier if you actually know what your infrastructure consists of, which again, I can't emphasize this enough, we did zero preparation. So at the very least, I'd been a long-time Linux user at that point. So, I got to work doing sysadmin things. Now, I don't really know if I actually accomplished anything in those first 30 minutes. I think I maybe managed to install a new version of Apache on something because I thought, oh, well, this version seems old. I should probably update it. But as soon as the 30-minute prep time was up, our whole network went down, just completely down. Nothing worked. They had to restore all of our virtual machines in our infrastructure, and they had to do it 3 more times within the first hour. So we got owned so badly, so quickly that like we just couldn't even function. Things did get better though. So as it turned out, one of the teams who actually wound up winning, they kind of cheated a little, but because of the nature of the conference, it was just kind of an accepted thing. But they basically backdoored everyone's routers before the no attacking setup time was over. But the awesome thing was there were some industry pros who were not directly participating in the CTF, and they were just kind of wandering around the room, and they saw us struggling and started giving us bits of helpful guidance. But in reality, everything else after that was kind of a total, just entirely big blur. So in the end, somehow we placed third. So we were the European Union team. And you can see there, we had 64 points, which was, good enough to put us in third. There was another team with 64 points, but they had another statistic that put them higher than us. Our theory about why we placed third is that our inability to actually perform any attacking because we were so inept meant most teams left us alone, or they just genuinely felt sorry for us. So there was no retaliation because we were attacking other teams, and they didn't attack us just because they're like, oh, those poor newbies. Okay, so yeah, great story. We somehow did really well. We had zero knowledge, zero prep. It was pure luck. Like let's not kid ourselves here. But that's not the point of the story. But okay, so what is the point of the story? Now, realistically, as I said, I remember nothing from that CTF experience for the most part. I have little bits and pieces of it, maybe little tiny, things that went on. But overall, if I try to kind of reconstruct all the things I did during that night, at this point, we're talking 9 years later, almost, I don't really have any real specific memories of it. I'm sure I definitely had, specific breakthroughs that night, and I learned a lot. The technical skills you learn from a single CTF, though, they're a small part of the foundation that you're going to build your career on long term. Eventually, you're going to forget that foundation is even there, because what you've now built on top of that foundation is so much bigger and more complicated that foundation seems so small by comparison down the line. That foundation does need to be balanced with skills that aren't specifically technical, and CTFs can actually help you build some of those too. Now, CTFs are not magic. They're definitely things you can't learn by playing CTFs. There's no substitute for things you learn in the workplace. The co-op term as part of the Sheridan degree program was very enlightening for me personally. There's a lot of things you don't learn in school. You only experience them when you're actually, in the workplace dealing with day-to-day issues. And for me, one of the hardest lessons was understanding where InfoSec fits into the overall business. You know, security is not a priority, it's a cost. And, you know, learning that was very, very hard for me because, you know, we sort of all think, oh, everything has to be 100% secure. Now, what you can gain from events like this, you can kind of separate these things into two categories. There's things you will know you learned for now, and you might forget about it later and not really kind of think about it, as I mentioned. And there's things that you won't know you learned until much later. So let's talk about the things you will know you learned for now. So technical stuff, that's the obvious one. You can build on existing skills. So, you know, if you pick a category of challenge where you know a bit about it and, you know, get to it. And this is where you're going to build, you know, these incremental skill gains that are going to, you know, multiply over time. And, you know, that's where you become an expert in a particular domain. You can also use this as an opportunity to gain entirely new skills. It's risk-free. You can try something new. And this is actually what got me into reverse engineering in the first place was, you know, I saw all these challenges at, you know, the Hackfest CTFs and other CTFs that I participated in. And they all had to do with like binary reversing and, you know, exploitation. And I was so frustrated that I just couldn't even get started on them. So that actually sort of, you know, pushed me into really starting to learn reverse engineering in earnest. Now, you also can sort of start to immediately refine your career goals. You know, so one thing, as you guys are playing today, I would really emphasize that you pay special attention to, you know, how obsessed you get with a particular challenge or category. You know, if you notice that you're like, man, I'm really enjoying these, you know, crypto challenges or, you know, web-based challenges or programming challenges, you know, that's something to keep in mind. This might be a sign that you should keep an eye out for roles that involve that sort of thing in the future. But with respect to that, be patient looking for roles that fit into that, you know, that interest area. You know, in the meantime, you know, you can work at a job where, okay, maybe it's not precisely what you're interested in, but, you know, you can keep playing CTFs in the meantime. And that's what I did myself as well. Now, not all job roles can be adapted to a particular type of CTF or challenge. And you know what? It's okay if CTFs aren't your thing. There are enough domains in information security that aren't, you know, hyper technical, that don't require this kind of, you know, CTF technical level of thinking all the time. So, you know, there's certainly, you still belong in the industry, even if you find that CTFs are just not something you really enjoy. So let's now talk about the, you know, sort of the iceberg of things you won't know you learned until much later. And these are the things that are, you know, I call it an iceberg because they're under the surface and, you know, you kind of don't really know until you reflect and think back that, oh, hey, wait, you know what? CTFs actually really helped me with this. So problem solving is a skill. You know, some people kind of seem to have this like innate ability, but really troubleshooting and general problem solving, these are skills you develop over time. And, you know, as I said, it might seem like it's someone's intuition that they're just really good at figuring things out. But the reality is, the more problems you attempt, the better you're going to get. You're going to refine your process. CTFs give you a very specific goal and a well-defined starting point. And this is an ideal scenario for developing these skills. Now, it's unlikely that, you know, as far as increasing your problem solving abilities, you're not going to necessarily notice specific breakthroughs like with technical skills. This is going to be a very slow incremental gain over time. But when you look back to, you know, your first CTF years later, you're going to say, wow, like I've really come a long way in terms of my ability to solve these problems. Another thing that you'll develop over time playing in CTFs is individual work as part of a team, which obviously in the vast majority of roles in the InfoSec world, this is critical. Now, CTF challenges themselves are inherently individual in nature, but you're of course going to be collaborating with your teammates in some way. I mean, of course, when you're playing on a team, you know, you guys are going to talk about what you're doing and, you know, you might say, hey, do you know anything about this? Now, along the way, you're going to refine your ability to communicate about technical topics in a stressful situation. Of course, you know, CTF is technically a low stakes environment, but the time factor creates at least a little bit of pressure. And you know what, like when there's awesome prizes on the line, you kind of want to win those too. So it adds that extra little bit of pressure. And so, you kind of learn how to be able to communicate under pressure, trying not to be mean and trying to be helpful and constructive. These are all things that you will, develop and learn. And of course, you're going to make mistakes over the way. You're going to potentially, upset your teammates, or, they may upset you, but through this, you're, essentially learning how to deal with these issues in a relatively safe environment. For the more senior team members, this is also really good preparation for communicating as a leader. So one thing that, at becoming team lead for me has been really, really challenging is, trying to figure out how to guide other people without doing work for them. Give them guidance, give them suggestions, but don't, go and do things for them, because you still have your own tasks to work on. And the same goes for you people who are on teams with, a mix of more experienced people and some, newer folks. That's where you kind of want to be able to just still work on your own CTF challenges, but at the same time, you do want to, impart some of your wisdom and knowledge on your team members. One thing that especially in vulnerability research has been, a really big thing that CTFs have taught me over the years is, knowing when to kind of, call it quits on a particular challenge. CTFs are a great way to refine that sort of intuition. It could be on an entire challenge, or you may just need to drop a particular theory about a challenge and say, okay, this theory isn't getting me anywhere. And knowing when to drop a problem was, as I said, literally one of the hardest things for me to learn. And part of that is ego. You kind of feel like you're giving up defeat or admitting that you were wrong. And some of it's just understanding that, I'm so out of my league in this thing and with this particular thing, and maybe I'll just move on to something else. And another thing tangentially related to that is the concept of failing fast sometimes. So over time, you're going to develop the ability to analyze the severity of these roadblocks quicker. So what I mean by that is that, let's say you feel kind of stuck with a particular problem. And the question is, how much time am I going to need to invest in this problem to get past this roadblock versus, what it's really worth, to the team. If it's like a, really high point problem, then yeah, it's expected. You're probably going to hit some roadblocks that are going to take a lot of time. So early on though, I would say, it's really best to err on the side of caution with this. You don't want to miss learning opportunities, in your technical domains and things like that. And when you go sort of beyond the point of where you probably should have given up on that thing, that's where you sort of learn, oh, you know what, when I got there, that's when I was really stuck. And that's when, that should have been the cutoff point. And again, over time, you're going to just kind of develop that sense of, what, this seems like I can't really go anywhere else with this. And you'll be able to drop it quickly and move on to something else. This is ridiculously useful for the future in the workplace. You can save your organization's time, you can save the money, you can save yourself a lot of headaches in the process. For me, when I first got into vulnerability research, I would get so incredibly frustrated, when it was like, okay, I spent 2 weeks researching this thing and I still couldn't figure it out. And, I felt like such a huge failure dropping it. But same thing with the CTF challenge, don't get too frustrated with yourself. These are meant to be difficult. They're meant to be hard. They are challenges by their very nature. So it's okay to, move on to something else or even take a break. So I'm just gonna, kind of give just a couple little final thoughts here, on today's CTF. You're participating in this to have fun. If it does get frustrating, it's totally okay. Step away from the screen for a bit. A live CTF that, is running this long and over 2 days, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You're gonna learn more, you're gonna solve more challenges. If you are happy, well fed, yes, take breaks to eat, please. and give your brain a break once in a while. That was one thing that, you know, especially playing an in-person live CTFs, that I really, really found made a big difference was, you know, hey, step away from the tape from your computer for a bit, you know, go eat some food, get some water, you know, whatever. Just let your brain kind of step away from it for a bit, and you're going to come back, and you know, you're going to be refreshed and much stronger. Lastly, again, I just really want to thank the organizers for all their hard work, both last year and this year. And big thank you for giving Trend Micro the opportunity to sponsor such an awesome event, and for giving me the opportunity to provide the keynote to kick this off. So in conclusion, have fun, be excellent to each other, and thank you very much for listening to me ramble on.
Awesome. No, thank you, John. Okay, everyone, we're going to be beginning in 15 minutes, or rather, we're going to be starting the CTF in 15 minutes. So maybe grab a coffee, get settled in, and yeah, I'm excited. I hope you are too.
Let's go. Woo! Get pumped, everyone.
Yes, sir. Great job. It's all good, man. Yeah. I well, I think I cut most of it out because I have this on a delay, right? So I'm 5 seconds ahead of you guys on the stream. So I think I got most of it, but it wasn't a big deal. I just didn't know who it was coming from. That was my worry. I was like, who's this coming from? Really? Can you hear yourself?
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Trend Micro workshop for the Sheridan 2021 CTF. So this workshop is going to be a very light introduction to end-day vulnerability research. And if you didn't check the keynote, my name is John Simpson. I'm the team lead and staff researcher at on the vulnerability research team. Really briefly here, I'm just going to kind of go over what we're going to cover today. And so for the most part, this is basically going to be more of a kind of a talk than an outright interactive workshop. And, the reason behind this is because, I want to give everyone the, at least a bit of the tools and knowledge that they might need to solve our Trend Micro CTF challenges. So, the goal is that, you're going to pick up some of these things. I will post the slides in our Discord channel and on YouTube after I'm done the workshop here. So you can then go and kind of use some of these techniques and tools to maybe help you solve those challenges. So basically, we're just going to start off with kind of an introduction to some terminology around vulnerabilities, exploits, etc. I'm going to do just a really quick overview of the world of vulnerability research. I'm going to introduce the Trend Micro CTF challenges, and then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. So we're going to look at end-day static analysis techniques and how you would apply that to open source scripting languages and bytecode or VM-based languages in terms of your research targets. We're also going to talk about how to do diffing of Git repositories and just direct retrieves of code. And then we're also going to do a brief little bit on Java decompilers. And then more importantly, obviously a big part of our CTF challenges is going to be writing snort rules in order to be able to detect exploits. So we're going to go over things like basic rule syntax. We're going to talk about using the provided normal traffic packet captures as a starting point for writing that signature. And we're also going to talk about the allow list versus a deny list approach to writing your rules. All right, so lots of stuff to get to here, so we're going to get right into it. And just to note, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask them on Discord in the channel for the workshop, as well as you can ask questions on YouTube. YouTube, just for technical reasons, I will try to answer your questions after the workshop. If you do ask them on Discord, I may actually see them during, and we'll try my best to try and answer things as we go, if possible. So let's just cover some terminology first. So for those of you that are, fairly new to this kind of stuff, I want to make sure that you're aware of kind of what we're talking about here. And for those of you that, know all this stuff, this may just be kind of a nice little review. So what is vulnerability? A vulnerability is a specific class of bugs, which are, effectively mistakes made during development of software or hardware technology. Vulnerabilities are bugs that may permit a malicious actor to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, and or the availability of the technology itself. So that's that lovely CIA triangle you may have heard about. And so basically, when a bug, allows someone to potentially affect the technology in some way, then we would call that a vulnerability. So connected to that is an exploit. So an exploit is the method by which a vulnerability is triggered. So the vulnerability is the existence of the bug itself. The exploit is how you would essentially take advantage of that bug as an attacker. And an exploit may be as simple as something like a single packet crafted in a very specific way, or it might also be a very complex series of steps. So there's a really wide range of things that can go on there. Now, what is a zero-day vulnerability? And before I kind of talk about this, just as a side note, industry professionals will forever argue over the specific definitions of, okay, when is it a 0 day, when is it not? But this is how I see it. So a 0 day, or some people call it an O day, refers to vulnerabilities that are not known to the general public. These are vulnerabilities that have been discovered and not disclosed to any outside party, or disclosed only to a select group. So for example, if someone discovers a vulnerability and then reports it to Microsoft, it's still a 0 day at that point, because only the people who develop the software and the person who discovered the vulnerability are currently knowledgeable about its existence. So once the existence of the vulnerability is widely known, it's no longer a 0 day. Now, you may see news articles write about exploitation of a 0 day, and this still makes sense, because at the time the exploitation was happening, there was no widespread knowledge of the vulnerability. So these days, in the last few weeks, you probably would have seen a lot of things about these Microsoft Exchange 0 day vulnerabilities or the F5 vulnerabilities. Although the F5 ones, really aren't 0 days, because they started being exploited once F5 disclosed, hey, this is something we just fixed. So end day vulnerabilities, as you may have guessed, refers to a vulnerability whose existence is widely known. So the change from 0 day to end day can happen as a result of a patch, an advisory from the vendor or a researcher, or even discovery and disclosure of an attack exploiting the vulnerability. So as soon as the broader public or a wide group of people are aware of the existence, it's no longer a 0 day vulnerability. So again, the perfect example is this F5 set of F5 vulnerabilities that were disclosed last week or so. Basically, as soon as F5 said, hey, we've fixed these vulnerabilities, no longer a 0 day. So in other words, if the existence of the vulnerability is not a secret piece of information that's restricted to certain parties, we would consider it an end day at that point. And this doesn't necessarily mean that there are any meaningful details about the vulnerability beyond what product it affects. And that's where end day research comes in. So there's essentially two fairly different types of vulnerability research, and the type of tasks that you undertake in 0 day versus end day research tend to be a little bit different. Even though there is a lot of overlap in knowledge and in some of the skills, the types of things you're actually doing day to day during that research are going to be often quite different. So 0 day research is the act of looking for new vulnerabilities. So this might involve things like reading source code to look for flaws, using tools such as fuzzers to test software with massive quantities of randomized input in order to get a crash or an odd response or something like that. And this is most commonly what people are talking about when they use the term vulnerability research. So, when you see people just kind of throwing vulnerability research around, more often than not, they're talking about looking for new vulnerabilities. So end day research is the analysis of known vulnerabilities. And the reason why this is a field is because when the existence of a vulnerability is disclosed in some way, there's often very little information about the nature of the vulnerability. So if you think of, when Microsoft comes out with their patches every, the second Tuesday of every month on Patch Tuesday, they really don't talk about what the vulnerability actually is. They just say, hey, there's a vulnerability of this type in this product, and that's it. And that's all the information they give you. So as end day researchers, we attempt to uncover the details of the vulnerability and how it could be exploited by an attacker. So we achieve this through a number of reverse engineering techniques, such as patch diffing and exploit analysis in the case that there is an exploit available for it. Now, there's essentially two ways of analyzing a vulnerability, and you may hear this in you're going to hear this in malware as well. And there's static analysis versus dynamic analysis. So static analysis essentially involves analyzing the code when it's in what I would call like a dormant state. So you're reading assembly code, open source code in whatever language, or even decompiled code from something like Java or .NET. This is not completely different from analyzing code for vulnerabilities in a development environment to prevent vulnerable code from being released. And especially in a 0 day context, when you are working in that development environment, you are really looking for new vulnerabilities to make sure that they're caught before they get shipped out to production code. Now, dynamic analysis, on the other hand, involves debugging running code to understand behavior that may not be obvious from static analysis. So, a lot of times, especially when you're analyzing something like C or C++, you may see a lot of what we call indirect calls, where in static analysis, you see a call, but it's a call to a register, and we don't know what's in that register. We would only know when we actually run the program what function it's actually going to call there. So today we're only going to focus on static analysis. And the reason for this is because dynamic analysis is really heavily dependent on the use of specific tools and would require a much longer workshop. And just as a side note, so while I've been on a bit of a pause for this, on my personal blog, I'm currently working on a series of vulnerability research articles. And my first sort of sub-series in those vulnerability research blogs is to essentially go through all the different environment setups and the basics of using different dynamic analysis tools, typically debuggers, depending on the type of target you're working on. So if you are interested in that, keep an eye out for any of my future posts on that. And that's at suchsecurity.com. So now at Trend Micro, why do we do end-day research? Well, so what our team does is we research vulnerabilities in software that is likely to be found in enterprise environments. So, we don't cover, games or things that, you'd exclusively find on someone's home computer. We also focus on vulnerabilities that can be exploited over a network. So we also include file-based vulnerabilities that would require a user to download a malicious file because we can detect those files being moved across the network. So our research involves detailed root cause analysis of the vulnerability, and we create a proof of concept, also known as a POC exploit. So our end goal is to come up with detailed instructions for detecting an exploitation attempt for the individual vulnerability in network traffic. What we also do, when possible, is we'll create reference detection rules for the snort intrusion detection and prevention system, also known as an IDS or IPS. And this is where we get to the Trend Micro challenges for the Sheridan CTF. So our challenges require you to perform a portion of the end-day research process that we perform on a day-to-day basis. So there's 4 research targets. There's 3 more simple ones that I've crafted just for the CTF. And there's 1 real-world example of an actual vulnerability in a real product that you can actually kind of get your hands on. So the goal of these challenges is to basically fill in the blanks on the snort rule template that is provided with the challenge. And you want to detect exploitation attempts without detecting legitimate traffic. For anyone who has done co-op or worked in or known anyone who works in a SOC, the last thing you want is, rules firing off like crazy, detecting legitimate traffic and, driving your SOC analyst crazy. And so in order to do this, you're going to have to analyze the information provided with each challenge to understand what the vulnerability is, how it's exploited, and what the resulting network traffic might look like. So we're going to start off with the basics of some end-day static analysis techniques. And these are literally things that I do myself on a regular basis. They may seem really simple and really painfully obvious, but it's kind of funny, how people gloss over some of these really simple tools and how powerful they are if you use them in the right way. So when it comes to, performing static analysis or even dynamic analysis, it's helpful to kind of categorize our research targets into, a few different subcategories here. So we have first, you have closed source binaries, and this requires analyzing machine code, basically assembly language. This is not something you're going to have to worry about today, at least for the Trend Micro challenges. There are also open source binaries. So, applications you might find on GitHub or something like that, written in a language that compiles to machine language. So things like C or C++, Go, Rust, and you can even write things in assembly and, compile them and get an application out of it. Then there's also scripting languages. So this is code that's interpreted as it's executed. So it's all effectively open source. If you can if you can actually access the file containing the code, you can read the code. So this is things like PHP, Python, or Ruby. And finally, we have bytecode, or what we call VM or virtual machine based languages. So these are languages where you have high-level code that's compiled to a portable intermediate language that runs on a VM. And what we mean by this is that you can basically compile that code to this intermediate language, and it can run on that VM on really any platform. So the best, most common example of this is Java. Java runs in the Java virtual machine, And you also have .NET, which runs in the common language runtime. And so you have, a Java virtual machine for Linux, for, x86, for ARM, for all these different platforms. So you can, write your Java code once, compile it, and then, when it gets shipped off to JVM on whatever platform, it'll just run. The nice thing about these bytecode or VM-based languages is you can often decompile them to near original high-level code. So, you have this, compiled Java code or compiled .NET code. A lot of times you can get it decompiled back to basically what the code looked like when it was written. So really quickly, we're going to cover a couple types of vulnerabilities that you might encounter as you go through these challenges. So I'm only going to provide specific examples for 2 binary vulnerabilities. For the others, I'm going to provide you guys some links. And again, I'll post these slides. So I'll also post some of the links in the channel as well, so that you can go learn more about these vulnerabilities, because that is knowledge you will likely need to solve our challenges. So you will want to do a bit of searching on how these vulnerabilities actually get fixed as well, because when you're looking at an older version of code, a newer version of code, if you don't necessarily understand how a vulnerability is fixed, you may not be able to sort of understand, what type of vulnerability was fixed in this code. And the types of vulnerabilities I'm covering here, this is not even close to an exhaustive list of the types of vulnerabilities there are. This is just, a very small sample of what might be useful in the course of doing the trend challenges. So we're going to cover a couple of binary vulnerabilities. The most basic one probably everyone's heard of is the buffer overflow. So a buffer overflow is where a user can provide input that exceeds the size of a memory buffer. So in what we call non-memory safe languages like C, you may have a program that expects a username to be no longer than 20 characters and has a buffer of 21 bytes. And that's so there's room for the null terminator byte at the end of the string. But if the program uses unsafe functions to read the string, such as scanf or strcpy, that don't limit the input size, a buffer overflow can occur if the user provides a username longer than 20 characters. So this little artificial example I've got here, you have this buffer, this array of char, so a string that can take a 20-character username, and it has the 1 byte on the end there that's to be able to contain the null terminator. So, the program asks for a username from the user by using scanf, but scanf won't put any limit on how big that username is. So if a person enters 100 characters, all of a sudden that username is going to go way beyond the bounds of this buffer and cause all sorts of problems and, potentially allow an exploit. Now, similarly, and very tightly related to buffer overflow is the integer overflow. This one's a bit trickier to understand how it causes a problem, but an integer overflow, at its core, is when a user controls part of a math operation in a way that a large number suddenly becomes a small number, or vice versa. And this can lead to a buffer overflow. So to kind of illustrate this with an example, let's say a 32-bit program. So that means at most a number can be 8 bytes in size. Asks the user for their 8-character username, followed by how many bytes of data they're going to provide. And the program wants to place the username followed by that data in 1 memory buffer. So let's also say that the program calculates how much memory to allocate by adding 9 to the number entered by the user. So what happens if the user enters a value of this? I'm not even going to bother saying it, but it's basically a little bit smaller than the maximum size of a 32-bit unsigned integer. So what happens when you add 9 to that is the result overflows to 1. So if the program then uses that value to allocate a memory buffer, which is now only 1 byte in size, and copies the 8-character username that it thinks is always going to be there and it's always going to be 8 characters, it can cause a buffer overflow right away. So let's illustrate this really quickly with the code. So we have this 9-character buffer for the username plus the null terminator. We have a 32-bit unsigned integer containing the data length. And so we read the 8-character username, and look, we safely read the username using fgets. So at most, they can give us 8 characters plus the null terminator. And then it asks them how much data they're going to send. We're going to use scanf to read in a number. And then immediately what happens is we're going to use that data lane that we read in from the user, and we're going to add 9 to it. So if that's really large, that size I showed in the previous slide, it's now basically going to be doing a malloc, or allocating a dynamic buffer of 1 byte. And then right after that, it does a mem copy. So it copies the username from the username buffer to the new data buffer, and it's going to copy 9 bytes of data. And already, right off the bat, you've overflowed that dynamically allocated buffer, this data buffer here. So that's how an integer overflow can kind of lead to things like a buffer overflow. So let's talk about some web vulnerabilities, or mostly web vulnerabilities. So I say these are possibly web vulnerabilities because these are most commonly things you find in web-based applications, but you can also find these in non-web applications quite frequently. In fact, the talk that I did for OWASP Toronto basically outlined a very complex SQL injection that wasn't really technically your typical web-based SQL injection. So injection attacks. An SQL injection is where an application builds an SQL command to get some information or insert some information into a database, and it builds the string using user input, but it doesn't execute the query in a safe manner, which allows a user to inject arbitrary SQL, which then gets executed by the database. So Portswigger, these are the guys who make Burp Suite. They have an awesome set of web security, tutorials, and they have basically like a whole set of essentially almost like classes. So I've linked to theirs simply for consistency, but you can go and learn, about how SQL injection works, how it gets fixed, that sort of stuff, by hopping over to the Portswigger site. So another type of injection attack is an OS command injection. So instead of building an SQL command string, the application builds an operating system command string, but it doesn't filter out characters that would allow the execution of additional arbitrary commands. So, for example, in Linux, you can chain commands together using the pipe character, or you can cause a command to be executed immediately by enclosing it in backticks. And again, check that out on Portswigger. And as I said, I'll post these links after the talk as well. And then we have fairly well-known cross-site scripting. And what cross-site scripting is an attacker can execute arbitrary JavaScript in a user's browser to do things like steal session cookies. And basically how this happens is that a web application takes some user input, it gets rendered back by the web application, but the web application doesn't check the user input for things like script HTML tags, which would allow inserting of just arbitrary JavaScript to do whatever the attacker wants in your browser. Denial of service vulnerabilities. Now you're not really going to see this sort of thing directly in the Trend Micro challenges, but I think it's important to at least discuss them. A lot of vulnerability types can also cause a denial of service. So if you write a bad exploit for a buffer overflow, you can just crash the program. Now, the following types of vulnerabilities are generally only denial of service vulnerabilities, as in, if an application has this type of vulnerability, it's usually something that will only cause a denial of service. So something like memory exhaustion, where an attacker can cause the application to run out of memory, leads to the application or the operating system being unresponsive, not responsive, or even crashing. You also have things like an infinite loop. A certain condition causes the application to enter an infinite loop, which may cause high CPU usage or prevent the program from performing any further tasks. And then you also have one that's a little trickier, and any of you who've taken an algorithms class so far may recognize this: algorithmic complexity. So this is what I would kind of call like an amplification attack, where you can provide a relatively small amount of input, but you craft it in such a way that it causes a really high resource load, generally things like CPU and memory. And this can potentially prevent the application from performing further tasks in a timely manner. Okay, so let's get into, some really, really simple but very powerful analysis techniques. So essentially what all our challenges are going to ask you to do is what we call patch diffing. So what we mean by that is, you're basically going to be comparing the difference between two versions of an application in some way. So how you approach this patch diffing is going to depend effectively on two things. One, what type of an application is it? So those different application, sort of target categories that I just covered, that's going to be really important to kind of be aware of. So is it an open source binary? Is it a script-based application? Or is it a bytecode-based language like Java? So the other question is, how do you access the code? Is it in a version control system like Git or Subversion? Is it just an archive with code for a particular release version of that application? Or is it a bytecode-based application that you're going to need to decompile? So once you kind of have an idea of that, then you can start to kind of pick away at looking at what's changed. So we're going to start out with Git repositories. So most of the time when you're dealing with an open source research target, you're going to download the code by using a version control system, and Git's the most popular. So, I think everyone knows GitHub, and GitHub uses Git to, help people maintain their software projects. So an individual Git project is known as a repository. So when you check out a repository, which is the term used for, downloading the repository from, a place like GitHub, the current code basically gets placed in the destination folder. But you're also going to have this little .git folder, and that's going to be created inside the destination folder, and it will contain all the metadata about the repository, which also includes the entire history of the repository. So big, warning signs. If I felt like making this flash, I would. But if you happen to see a .git subfolder in a directory, it's a pretty good indication it is a Git repo. And I'm highlighting that for no particular reason whatsoever. So using Git. So at the core of Git is the command line client. You can download the Windows and macOS clients at git-scm.com. For Linux, you can install it with your package manager. If you're using Ubuntu, apt install Git, and that's all you need to do. There are also numerous GUI-based clients that can be much easier and much nicer to work with. GitHub Desktop is really nice for Windows and macOS. Git extensions for Linux is a nice looking GUI for Linux as well. And Visual Studio Code, which is a really awesome code editor, has some nice Git functionality and is even better with extensions like GitLens. So I'm mostly going to cover the command line client. The GUI client should be reasonably self-explanatory, very, very easy to use, especially GitHub Desktop. But this is more just kind of an FYI in case you want to do this purely on the command line. So when you're in a directory that's a Git repository, you can see the history of the latest changes, also known as commits, by using the command git log. So each commit should, if the developers are good, have a descriptive message of what was changed in the code, as well as a hexadecimal hash that uniquely identifies the commit. So here we see, I'm in my Git example, Git repository directory, and I type git log. And so we see these two commits. So the commit that we're currently on, so this is where the code is currently at, is what we see here, which is the head. We'll see things like the author, we'll see the date, the change, and we also see what the commit message is. And admittedly, my commit messages here are not very helpful, but that does happen. And you also see this commit hash. So the important thing about this commit hash to know is whenever you're referencing a commit hash, you don't have to type out this whole thing as long as it's unique. So if you're dealing with a really small Git repo that hasn't had a lot of changes, like the ones for the, any you might encounter in the challenge, you can just type like the first 4 characters of the hash if you need to reference the hash. And we'll see why you might want to do that in a second here. So git diff is a built-in command that you can use in Git. And the GUI applications will basically kind of have their own way of doing this as well. So once you've identified an interesting commit, you can see what's changed using the git diff command. So you basically type git diff, the hash of the older commit and the hash of the newer commit that you want to inspect. And as I said, you can just give that partial hash, like first 4 characters or so. Now, when you actually look at that diff, you're going to see Additions in the commit are going to be prefixed with a plus sign. And if you have color in your terminal, you're going to see them highlighted in green. And things that were removed are going to be prefixed with the dash or minus sign. So here, I've done git diff between those two commits that I saw in my git log. And it shows me, okay, here's the things that have been removed right here. Line says, here's some stuff that was added. And then that was replaced by, on second thought, I'd rather write this. And again, some of the GUI editors do a really good job of kind of giving you different ways of viewing it. You can see maybe side by side what the code would look like. But again, this is incredibly powerful. Yeah, basically that's essentially all you really need to know about git diff. It seems like the very short, simple, sweet thing, but this is an immediate way to be able to see, oh, this is precisely what was changed in the code. And again, in the case of the challenges, this is a pretty good way of having a good idea of, okay, here's the type of vulnerability that was fixed, which is, one part of the challenge. Unix diff. So when the code you want to investigate isn't in a version control system, git diff isn't really that useful. As long as you have an older and a newer directory of the code from the same project, you can use the Unix diff tool. So what I mean by that is that the Unix diff tool is only really useful. It can be useful on single files, but in the context of vulnerability research, both directories essentially need to have the same structure. Most of the files should be, have the same names and that kind of stuff. So you're trying to compare apples to apples. So changes in a single file can be viewed by simply running diff and then the old file and the new file. And if you use the -- color flag, it'll give you colored output like git diff does. So here again, I have just my little diff example. In diff, the diff command line utility, you'll see instead of plus or minus signs, you'll see the little angle brackets. So the left, the angle bracket point, the opening angle bracket, let's call it, is things that have been removed, and things that have been added is the closing angle bracket. So in this case, I removed a line that said, it's not very good code, but maybe it'll get better soon. And then, we changed that to, I made the code better now, look how good it is. There are a lot more options in the diff tool. So check the man page. So just type man diff, or use the -- help argument. And you, of course, can always look online for any sort of tutorials or anything. Now, the most important option in the diff tool for research is the recursive diff. So diff has a recursive argument, -r. And what this does is it'll compare the files in two directory trees. So you basically do diff -r, the old directory and the new directory. So this is going to show you line by line differences in text files. It'll also tell you binary files that are different from each other, but it's not going to tell you how they differ. It'll just say this file is different from this file. These two files that have the same name in the same subdirectory, they're different in some way. And it's also going to tell you files that exist in one directory tree, but not in the other. So say this file is present in here, but not here. So recursive diff is a highly effective tool for guiding research efforts. And I feel like I cannot emphasize enough how often I use this on a daily basis. In fact, it's practically hourly in the course of my work for whatever reason. Any situation where you have two similar directory trees of stuff, you should do a diff -r to get started. So let's say sometimes open source projects just give you a tar.gz archive, also known as a tarball, containing the source code for each release version that they come out with. Maybe you're researching a product that comes with a virtual machine and you want to see what's changed. Maybe you even have code that you got from a decompiler. So let's talk about decompilers. If you happen to encounter a jar or .war file, what it is it's basically a zip file that contains .class files. And these are compiled Java classes. So thankfully, Java classes can be decompiled back to near original code using a decompiler, as I mentioned previously. So the most simple decompiler, and honestly one of the best, is called JD GUI. And you can get it at java-decompiler.github.io. So if you have a jar file that you're wanting to work with, JD GUI can just open it directly. On the other hand, though, if you have a .war file, it's still a zip file. You can just extract it to a directory. Make sure you keep the directory structure when you do it, and then open any of the .class files in JDGUI. And then basically, to make diffing easy, you can save all the source files from the source tree. So this works even if you didn't open a .jar, because it navigates the standard folder and package structure that you would find in any sort of Java project to find additional classes to decompile. So when you use that save all sources, so you can see just here, it's very simple. File save all sources once you've opened either your jar or one of your class files. You're going to get a zip file that has all the decompiled classes as nice readable .java files. Now, once you've extracted those from the zip file, you have a really nice target for our old friend, the recursive diff. So one thing to note with JDGUI's output is that it does place sort of a header at the top of each decompiled file. And because of this, it makes it not quite ideal for recursive diffing on a really large project. But for your cases today, it's going to be fine. You just have kind of ignore that line because it's just part of what the decompiler outputs. So diff also has some funky options where you can exclude lines of certain content. Again, check the main page for that. One huge benefit of using JDGUI specifically is it attempts to place code on the correct line, which again, not so useful today, but if you do decide to kind of get into doing some vulnerability research, this makes using decompiled code to debug a research target, so do that dynamic analysis, actually possible. Now, for me personally, in my line of work, I tend to use a slightly different decompiler called CFR, which you can get at benf.org/other/CFR, or just, again, Google for CFR Java decompiler. It's command line only. In my experience, it does handle some complex code that JDGUI doesn't. So I've encountered issues where JD just couldn't handle decompiling a particular piece of code, and CFR did. And so what I do is I combine that with the Unix find tool, and basically it'll automatically run the CFR decompiler on any .class or .jar files it finds. So for example, I use find and then find files in this directory that have a name ending with .class. And for each file you find, you're going to execute java-jar CFR, which is how CFR itself comes as a jar file. And then you pass it the output dir argument, and then you say, I want my decompiled code to go to this directory. And then these last things here, that's basically where the found file name is going to get substituted in by the find utility. And so basically it'll search through that sumdir directory. Every time it finds a class file, it's going to run CFR and decompile it. And you can do the same thing with star.jar instead of star.class. And this is basically going to find all those class or jar files, run CFR, decompile all the class files, and then all the decompiled code is going to go to that out directory. And that out directory is now, again, a perfect target for your recursive diff. And that's basically it for, essentially analyzing the changes in the code as far as what you guys are going to encounter today. And in all honesty, that's a really big part of my job. Now, understanding the changes in the code is a different thing. And obviously, we're not going to cover that today, but, kind of getting an understanding of the types of vulnerabilities that are out there, why they exist in code, and, what a fix might look like. After doing that little bit of research, then going back and looking at the changes in the code that you've encountered, you might start to get some ideas. So now we're going to jump into the real core of what these challenges are going to ask you to do, which is going to be writing snort rules to detect exploitation. All right, so what is snort? Snort is a very common intrusion detection and prevention system, IDS/IPS. The snort engine itself is open source, but the engine is mostly useless without rules that tell it what traffic might be interesting or malicious. So snort does offer a community rule set, and they also have a paid subscriber rule set. And generally what happens is that the subscribers get access to the rules much, much sooner. So writing your own rules can be a really valuable skill. So you're not always relying on, community rule set or the paid rule sets. You may have certain needs in your particular environment where you are, you have certain things that are custom that you want to detect, certain traffic going to one of your custom services, and knowing how to just really quickly fire together a snort rule is really, really useful for that. There is a ton to learn with writing snort rules. I still, I still quite frequently have to sort of look things up and say, oh, how would I do this? Or how can I do this in this way? So again, I'm going to try to just cover what you might need to know to, solve our challenges. So first things first, let's look at the anatomy of a basic snort rule. So every snort rule starts with a header, and the header starts with an action, a protocol, addresses, and then the rule options follow the header. So the action basically tells Snort what to do if the rule matches. The only thing we really care about today is alert, and that's been basically put in the rule templates by default. But there are other options like log, drop, and reject. And some of these are only useful if you've configured Snort to run as an intrusion prevention system as opposed to just detection. Next, the protocols. Snort currently supports TCP, UDP, ICMP, and IP. The addresses themselves, they're going to take the form of source address, source port, and then the arrow, and then destination address and destination ports. So Snort's configuration allows for the use of variables in the header, such as external net and home net, and we use these so that the rules are portable. So anyone can configure what external net means to them in their environment and what home net means to them in their environment. And that will automatically be substituted into these rules for them. And again, our templates have, this whole header is basically set up for you. So you don't have to worry about what addresses or what ports you're working with. Our focus is going to be exclusively on the rule options. So again, just to reiterate, you will not need to modify any part of the header for the challenges. And in fact, you will likely break things if you do that. So let's talk about the rule options, because this is really the meat and potatoes of what makes Snort work and what makes Snort useful. So rule options fall into 4 categories. There's general options, which is just information about the rule, such as a message that might be printed to the alert log. Payload detection. Inspect, which is basically for inspecting data inside the packet payload. And that's what we're really going to focus on today. There's also non-payload detection. So this is things not specifically inside the packet payload. So for example, you might define that a particular set of packet payload detection options need to be hit a certain number of times in order to cause an alert. Then there's also post detection. So these are specific additional actions to take when all the payload detection and non-payload detection options are true, essentially. So options are always declared in the form of the option name and then a colon, and followed immediately by the option value. And any sort of string-based option values are always enclosed in double quotes. Numeric ones are not enclosed in quotes at all. And then you'll always end the option value with a semicolon, just like you would in a lot of programming languages. Now, options can also have modifiers. So these are just options that have to be preceded by another type of option. And I'll touch on that in a specific manner shortly. So some of the general options are required. So don't remove them from the provided templates. We've fairly clearly marked, where you should insert your customization to the rule, so to speak. So the only options we do care about, as I mentioned, are payload detection options. And the payload detection options are evaluated in the order they appear. And that's very, very, very important to consider when you are writing your Snort rules. All right, so the most commonly used and probably the most important payload detection option is called content. So the content option matches a string of characters or bytes. And this is going to be your most rule option, and it definitely, if it isn't, it should be. So content can be specified either as printable characters or hexadecimal bytes by enclosing them in pipe characters. So for example, here I have the content option, the semicolon, and then I enclose this in quotes. And so I have here foo, and then I have the pipe characters, and I have 0D, 0A. So essentially what this does is this looks for the string foo, followed by a carriage return and a line feed, also known as a CRLF, or if you're programming, and that's the equivalent of /r/n. So, you would commonly see /r/n in HTTP quite often. Now, what you can also do with content is you can perform a negative content check. So what you're essentially saying in the rule is that this string must not appear anywhere in this packet payload. And you do that by putting an exclamation point in front of the quotes. So essentially you would just place this exclamation mark right here after the colon, but before the quote. And that basically say this string should not be matched anywhere in the packet. Now, content options become much, much more powerful with them when you add modifiers to them. So, one of the most simple ones is no case. So it basically says, match the latest content option in a case insensitive manner. So in this case, I have content foo, and then I put the no case modifier right after it. And you can see they're effectively separate options, but because of the order that they're in, it modifies the previous content check. So this basically means I'm going to detect the string foo, but in any case. So, the middle O could be uppercase or whatever, and it'll still detect it properly. Now, some kind of more important ones, depth. So this basically says, I want to search only this many packets, this many bytes into the packet for this content. So in this case, if I do content foo, depth 5, it means I'm only going to search the first 5 bytes of the packet payload for that content. And if I don't find it, then I'm not going to trigger a match. Then we have offset. Offset is how many bytes into the packet to start searching. So, kind of like depth, but instead of how far to go, it's how far do you start? So similarly, in this case, I look for a string of foo, but I'm not going to start searching until 5 bytes into the packet payload. Now, similarly, we have within and distance. So these are exactly like depth and offset, but they're relative to the previous content match. So as the example here, if I search for content foo at an offset of 5, so that means I'm going to start searching for foo 5 bytes in. And then my next content check, I'm going to search for the string bar. And I put this distance 0. And what that means is that wherever I found content foo, I'm basically going to start searching for the string bar at the end of foo, if I found it. And then I also add on another modifier, and you can add multiple modifiers as long as they don't conflict with each other. And I put within 5. And what that means is that I need to find the entire string of bar within 5 bytes of the end of foo. So as I said, within means the entire content option has to be matched within that many bytes of the previous match. Distance is where to start looking relative to the end of the previous match. So these are really important because essentially what will happen is, the ordering of certain strings is really important. So, if a string takes place before another string, it may have a completely different effect from if it takes place after the string. And so that's where you want to use these distance, especially distance, as a way of, ensuring that you're not going back in the packet to search stuff you've already searched. All right, so let's talk really quickly, because we're still talking about content modifiers, let's talk about the HTTP preprocessor that's built into Snort. So because HTTP is so common, Snort has this thing called a preprocessor, and what it does is it parses parts of an HTTP request into nice little separate buffers for convenience. So when I say separate buffers, it means that only very specific content is going to be in those buffers. So you're not going to accidentally catch a part of the HTTP request that you're not interested in when you're looking at a specific buffer. So how you use this is basically you add one of the HTTP underscore modifiers to a content option. And what that means is only look at this part of the HTTP request. So there's, for example, HTTP client body, HTTP cookie, header, method, URI, etc. So as an example here, if I have content post, and then I add the HTTP method modifier onto it, it means I'm looking for an HTTP request that uses the post method. And so if the word post was found somewhere else in the HTTP request, this wouldn't match it because it's only going to match on the HTTP method in this case. And then also, I have another content option here looking for /foo/bar.php. And then I add the HTTP URI modifier onto that. And again, that's basically going to say, I want the HTTP URI, this to be found somewhere in the HTTP URI. But again, if that's found somewhere else in the request, it's not going to trigger on that because I've said only check the URI for that. Now, what the preprocessor also does is it normalizes certain parts of the request by performing URL decoding, so that like percent encoding, and it's also going to resolve directory traversal characters. So that basically means if someone places directory traversal characters in the request URI, that means that it's basically going to resolve the actual path. So cookies, headers, and the request UI are normalized. There is also an option to get the unnormalized data with the HTTP_raw version of these options. So, for example, if you're trying to detect a directory traversal vulnerability and you're looking for those directory traversal characters, you probably don't want to normalize those away. You want to actually see them and detect them. And in cases like that, that's where you want to use the raw version of, HTTP URI, for example. So the preprocessor usually has to be configured with the specific ports to monitor for HTTP content, but you don't have to worry about that today. That's all been pre-set up for you. And again, as long as you don't modify, the existing parts of the template, you'll be good to go. Oh boy, regular expressions. So Snort supports Perl compatible regular expressions, also known as PCRE, for when you need them. Emphasis on when you need them. And this is with the PCRE rule option. So there are a ton of tutorials on regular expressions. I'm not going to cover them specifically here. So if you need a primer on regular expressions, go hunt for something, and again, consider that part of your learning for today. So the thing about regular expressions, especially in Snort, is they're very expensive to run if not used properly. And what I mean by that is that imagine you have Snort is inspecting traffic on a gigabit line and you regularly have 400 or 500 megabits per second of traffic. If you have a bad regular expression in a rule, it can completely bring your Snort instance to a grinding halt because it's evaluating traffic in a very inefficient manner. So for that reason, all regular expressions should be preceded by at least one good content option. So like content options, you can add the exclamation mark in front of the quotes starting the regular expression, which causes it to perform a negative check. So basically, the rule matches or is true if the regular expression does not match. So basically saying, I don't want to match this regex. By default, Snort's quantifiers. So these are symbols in regular expressions that determine how many times something must be matched are greedy. So what I mean by that is that it means that, so let's say I want to match a bunch of space characters. So let's say I have the modifier that, let's say I'm using the quantifier that essentially says, hey, I want to match one or more space characters. Well, it's going to match as few as possible to get to the next piece of the regular expression. Okay, so let's actually look at the PCRE rule option here. So the general format is, we have PCRE, the colon, quotes, and your actual expression is going to be enclosed in slashes here. And this is just like a PCRE sort of format. You put your expression in there, and then you can have modifiers at the end as well. Now, if you wanted to match, just as an example, if you wanted to match a 6-character hex string anywhere in the packet payload, this is what your PCRE would look like. So, we've got PCRE, open quote, and, here's my expression. So I'm looking for, characters 0 to 9, A to F, and capital A to F, and I'm looking for 6 of them. And that's basically how many repeats. And I haven't put any modifiers on this one. Now, we can also simplify this using the case-insensitive modifier. So, instead of having to do lowercase a to F and uppercase A to F, we just say lowercase a to F, 6, and then we put this little I modifier on the end. And that means that I'm going to match these things case insensitive. So it can be capital or lowercase for any of the A to F. So there's other useful modifiers. So the capital R, and just so you're aware, the PCRE modifiers are case sensitive. Lowercase ones may have a different meaning from an uppercase one. So capital R, this starts searching relative to the last pattern match. That's effectively equivalent to using distance 0 on a content option like we covered earlier. You can also use HTTP preprocessor modifiers. So capital U, H, M, and C, that will basically have your regex only search within your URI, header, method, and cookie buffers. And you also have capital I, D, and C for the raw URI, header, and method if you decide to use them. But just as a note, you likely won't really need to use the raw buffers today, but you can always play around with them. There's no harm there. And just as another note, you cannot use the R modifier with any of the preprocessor modifiers, simply because the buffer that you're searching through with the HTTP preprocessor are quite small. So you don't really need to worry about doing things like distance within those buffers. Now, compatible modifiers are combined just by slapping them all together. So you basically just put all the letters together at the end in that modifier area, and you're good to go. So this basically would search case insensitive for that hex string we talked about earlier, but it's going to search for it in the cookie part. And I noticed I had C there twice, so I think anyway, check it out in the Snort manual because it's got all the information you need in there. So there's some other useful standalone options. You've got ISData@, which this sets the minimum size for packet payload. So, if you have a packet that has to be at least a certain size for me to care about it, as in, it's not malicious if it's below this size, then, you can use this at the start of the rule. And, for some odd reason, this particular thing may really come in handy today. And it's very simple. You just do ISData@, and then you put the number of bytes that need to be in the packet. There's also the file data option. So what this does is this makes subsequent options only inspect response or data bodies. So for our purposes, we only really care about HTTP. This does actually support some other protocols as well. But what this is going to do is this is going to cause your next options to match on the HTTP response body only and not any other part of the packet. Now, if you then say put in the packet data option, it's basically saying, okay, now I'm going to switch back to inspecting all the packet payload data. So it's kind of like a little switch. When you put file data, everything else that follows it is going to look in file data. And then you can put packet data after that again and say, okay, now I want to go back to looking at the full packet payload data. There's way more payload detection options. You can check them out in the Snort manual. Easiest way to find that, just Google Snort manual payload detection. And check out the manual if you're unsure of syntax or how an option actually works. And as I said, I still do this on a regular basis after doing this kind of stuff for over 5 years. Okay, so now let's talk about the process of going from a vulnerability to writing a Snort rule. So the first thing you need to do, obviously, is identify potential vulnerability using the techniques I've mentioned. You're also going to need a lot of searching if you're not familiar with vulnerabilities. If this is new to you, you're going to have to do a little bit of groundwork here to sort of get an idea of what you might be looking at in the code. The next step is all these challenges. We've provided these normal packet captures. And so you can use software like Wireshark. In fact, I would say Wireshark is really the only thing you should be using. And that'll help you get a sense of what non-malicious traffic looks like. And if you haven't really used Wireshark or looked at packet captures before, don't be intimidated. Just poke around, look at stuff. See if you can kind of understand what's going on. Poke around in the menus, just play around with it, see if you can kind of get an idea. And there's no harm in asking for help as well. There's plenty of people that have lots of experience with Wireshark, myself included. So once you've taken a look at that normal traffic and you feel like you have a bit of an idea of what that actually looks like, traversing over the network, the next thing is to come up with a theory about how the vulnerability might be exploited. So you're going to want to determine what exploit traffic might look like in comparison to the normal traffic. So basically you say, okay, this is this type of vulnerability. here's how I think, based on how they fixed this, here's how I think I would maybe exploit this. And you're going to say, okay, if this is what the normal traffic looks like, how would I modify that normal traffic so that it exploits this vulnerability? And so once you've kind of, got that theory, then the next step is to walk through the normal traffic as if you were like a human snort engine. You want to determine which pieces of the traffic have to be there for exploitation. So the reason why I say that is because you're going to have obviously pieces in your normal traffic and your malicious traffic that are shared. And so you want to make sure that, you match the parts that you need to match, or as I said, essentially parts that need to be there. So the next step is then to start building your rule. And I always suggest that you start with those sort of prerequisite parts first. And so, you may start your rule with parts that you would see both in normal traffic and attack traffic. And that's perfectly fine, because what you're doing is you're narrowing down the search for that malicious piece. So last, you add the parts of your rule that transform it from detecting normal and bad traffic to detecting only exploits. So, you add in that one, that little bit of magic that says, okay, here's the type of request or the type of packet that I want to investigate, but here's the little piece of that packet that makes it, that makes it obviously trying to attempt to exploit this vulnerability. Now, let's talk a little bit about approaches to, what kind of content you're actually going to put into that rule to detect that malicious content. So there's two ways to approach this. You can use an allow list approach or a deny list. Now, an allow list is most useful when you know that the part of the traffic that could contain something malicious has to follow a specific structure if it's not malicious. So for example, a web application might have a user ID that's always numeric. It's just the way that it identifies users in the system. Or you might have a parameter that accepts a host name or an IP address, and those all have very well-defined structure. And so in that case, if that is the case for what you're looking at, you're like, oh, I think this is always needs to be of this format. You can use a negative content or PCRE option to say traffic that doesn't adhere to this is likely malicious. And, you may say, well, maybe it doesn't match that, but it's not necessarily going to exploit the vulnerability. But that's actually okay. So, in our work, we basically say anything that doesn't adhere to traffic, that is generated properly by the application means someone's tampering with it, and it's probably worth a look anyways. Or something's gone wrong with your application. So if an allow list isn't feasible, we go to the deny list option. So this is where you're looking explicitly for malicious traffic. And as I said, use this when an allow list is not feasible or if malicious traffic is reasonably unique. So this is where you kind of make a bit of a decision to say, you know what, I could do an allow list for this, but a deny list seems pretty easy to do and catch all the different potential attack cases. And so I want to detect the actual exploitation really accurately. So that can be a good approach as well, depending on the situation. So this is where you're just going to use standard content or PCRE options, and the content of those options is going to be explicitly your things that are malicious. And again, that's in addition to your sort of prerequisite things that might be present in both normal and malicious traffic. Okay, so a few little tips on building rules. And just as a note, I'll be available-ish most of the day in Discord. So, if you're struggling with, rule syntax, or you're trying to kind of come up with a plan, feel free to talk with me there. And see if I can help you out without giving too much away. But let's talk a few specific tips that are probably going to come up for everybody. So you should, as I mentioned before, generally have at least one reasonably unique content option before using a PCRE. And this is not just for performance reasons, but it really cuts down on bad detection due to a PCRE inspecting, packets or, pieces of data that just aren't relevant and, causing false positives all over the place. And as I said, it does make the rules perform a lot better. So if you are using PCRD, which you will likely need to for at least a couple of the challenges, use a site like regex101.com to help you write proper regex. You can even, in regex 101, test it against, you can put in a string in regex 101 to say, this is what I think malicious content might look like. And then you can write your regex and make sure that it actually is matching properly. Now, if the malicious thing is in an HTTP request parameter, look for the parameter name first with a content check, then use a PCRE to cover the malicious cases. So in this particular case, example here, using sort of our common string here. So if I wanted to look for an HTTP request parameter that had a name of foo, so I can look for such a parameter by looking for content foo equals. But then I want to inspect the parameter to see if it has, let's say one of 3 bad values. So then I would follow that content check with a PCRE, and notice I'm matching foo equals again. And the reason why I do that is because it's just an easy way to locate the parameter itself. But this content check basically says it needs to be present. And then the PCRE, because we already know that it's present, this isn't going to waste a lot of time looking for that because we know it's going to find it. And then once it finds the parameter, then it's going to look to see if the parameter value is, or the parameter starts with bad thing, also bad thing, or bad too. You can also make that PCRE a negative check for an allow list approach. So if your parameter value was supposed to be all numbers, then you could say, put a PCRE negative check and say foo equals, however many numbers you might see in that parameter. And that would basically say that this is, if this doesn't match the PCRE, then this evaluates to true and therefore, continues on evaluating more conditions in the rule. Now, another little tip, you can have more than one rule in your signature files. So you can basically put one rule per line. Technically with Snort, you can split them across multiple lines, but for our purposes, please keep them on one line, one actual line. All you need to do is modify the SID option in your rule. Those SID options, it's basically a unique identifier for the rule, and it does have to be unique within your signature file. So yeah, just change it to another value from the first rule so that your 2 or more rules have different SIDs. So when you do this and you upload the signature to the challenge site, all the rules are going to get run against the normal and attack traffic at the same time. So last but not least, troubleshooting a rule. So because I'm a mean, terrible person and I don't let you see what the attack packet captures contain that your signatures are getting tested against, you're likely going to have to experiment a bit with your rules. So the challenge will give you some basic feedback. So if the challenge only says your signature didn't detect all attack traffic, it means you haven't caused alerts on normal or attack traffic. So where I would start with that is take out the last part of your rule and test it again. So if you see that your signature triggered on normal traffic, that means you've detected both normal and attack traffic. So you're definitely in the right neighborhood at that point, like you're really close. But you're going to need to add more rule options that are specific to an exploit attempt. So right now, you don't have something in there that differentiates normal traffic from attack traffic, and you're detecting both. So if you get a combination that's of saying you didn't detect all attack traffic and you triggered on normal traffic, that's when things have gone kind of horribly wrong. You're probably detecting something that isn't related to the vulnerability at all. And you probably need to kind of try rewriting your rule. And again, a good way to start is start by trying to detect the relevant parts of the normal traffic in terms of how they might overlap with attack traffic. And you're making progress when your rule starts to catch both the normal and attack traffic. So again, it's sort of this I guess, progression where, okay, you didn't detect normal traffic here, but you also didn't detect attack traffic. So that's where you want to kind of take that step back and say, okay, let's try and make sure, see if we're detecting like the right type of traffic. And so trigger on normal traffic and attack traffic. Great, perfect. So now that's when you start adding things to your rule again. And again, if you see both didn't detect all attack traffic and caused, detected normal traffic, then again, that's where you probably want to go back to the drawing board and kind of start from scratch and try and, as I said, the first shoot for trying to write a rule to detect that normal traffic. All right. So if you guys have any questions, I'll try to help as best I can. Obviously, I don't want to give away any really obvious solutions. There are hints with the challenges that should at least help you identify the vulnerabilities. But yeah, so that's it for me. This is your flag for the workshop. That'll get your team a sweet 100 points just for attending this today and watching it. And I will not post this flag in the chat. So yeah, you've got to at least see the video to get it. So yeah, please, I'm going to go check the YouTube stream, see if there's any questions there, try and answer them as best I can. And as I said, I'll be around for a good chunk of the day to answer any questions. So thank you very much. And I hope you guys learn some useful stuff here.
Wonderful, John. Thank you so much for the great presentation and for giving us some excellent tips to work on the Trend Micro challenges later. I'm sure everybody will have a little bit of an easier time going at them today.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
So perfect, John. I'll leave the Zoom open for you to answer questions, and yeah, just let me know if you need anything.
Okay. All right, let's go take a look. Okay, so I got no questions in Discord. Looks like most of the questions were to do with, will I get the flag? And you did at the end of the challenge. Only other question I saw are the snort related challenges in reversing. That I actually don't know. Jamie, do you know what category the challenges are under?
I don't know what challenges the sponsor, sorry, I don't know what category the sponsor challenges ended up under. They should be able to view them from their CTF challenge dashboard. And I will confirm that.
Sponsor challenge should be tagged with the sponsor name.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right, John. Yeah, I'm just going through as well. See if there's questions.
Yeah. So if you guys have any immediate questions, you can ask on YouTube or Discord. If you, as I said, if you want to ask me questions later, please feel free. Also, for those of you that are, alumni, recently graduated, looking for full-time work, in the Trend Micro chat channel on Discord, I've posted a few links for positions that we're currently hiring for. We are currently hiring for vulnerability researcher and malware researcher positions in Toronto. And we're also hiring for our signature development team in Ottawa, which is pretty in line with what we've talked about here today. So if you have any questions, I can answer more specific questions about the vulnerability researcher position since I'm the team lead, but I can answer questions about the other ones as best I can. All right. Anyways, you're welcome to everyone saying thank you in the chat. And yeah, have fun this weekend.
Perfect. And John, if anybody wants to get a hold of you on the Discord, do you want to just shout out your Discord handle if they want to message you or?
Yep. My Discord handle is Fracky. You can also find me on Twitter and basically everywhere else on the internet under that handle.
Perfect. All right, John, once again, thank you on behalf of the entire ISSessions executive team. We really enjoyed your talk today. And I got a lot of engagement on the Discord and the DMs. Everybody was asking me. Like, in all honesty, they were quite intimidated. But you guys have John's Discord handle.
It is absolutely. It is. I agree. It's intimidating as there's a lot of information there. So again, please don't hesitate to ask questions if you feel you're kind of stuck. this is a lot to kind of take in. And in all honesty, I expect that most of the challenge solves for this will probably not necessarily come until tomorrow, because, again, some of them will take quite a bit of time to just kind of come up with that theory behind, okay, what do I need to maybe put into this snort rule? It is a heck of a process. I mean, on average, when we do our research, we we'll research one fairly complex vulnerability per week maximum. And, sometimes it takes multiple weeks. So even on these sort of crafted problems, it can certainly, it can be very daunting.
Awesome. And that goes back to your advice from earlier as well, John. So take your time, everybody. Reach out to John if you have any questions. You can reach out through the ticket system and the mentors as well if you have any less specific questions. And excellent. Wonderful, John. We'll sign off there, and we'll hope to talk to you soon throughout the event.
Excellent. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks, everyone, for watching.
Wonderful. See you later, John.
Bye.
All right, everybody. No, that was excellent. I'm so happy that John did that talk. He's an excellent wealth of knowledge that you all should definitely pick his brain at some point if you can. So perfect. So we're just going to take a little bit of a break here. We have our next workshop coming up soon, which will be the Bell workshop. So we're just going to get that all set up and going here. But let's take a quick peek at the scoreboard if I have it still running here. And let's see. Oh, wow. The entire score has changed. This is interesting. Perfect. So I just want to reiterate what John said, because it's excellent advice, is do not be put down if you can't solve challenges quickly. This was a part of the feedback we had gotten during the How to CTF event that we did last week or the week before. And it's very important to pace yourself and understand that these challenges will take time, and that's totally fine. So the score can change at any moment. There's a lot of new teams that have climbed up the ranks here, which is great. So hang on in there. It's only the first day, and we're all going to do great. So perfect. We're just going to get the Bell workshop set up, everybody, and we'll be back online in a moment. Hey everybody, it's Jamie here. So we're just setting up the Bell workshop. It's going well. We're aiming to have a 1 p.m. start, so make sure that you're all registered and ready to go. Yeah, check back in about 15-20 minutes. Alrighty.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for attending our workshop on threat hunting with Mordor. Today, we'll be presenting like what is threat hunting, what does it look like at Bell, and how we're using Mordor and the Hulk platform to do some threat hunting. So first, let's talk about who we are. So first, let's talk about Bell the business. Without them, we wouldn't have this talk, and thanks to them that we get to support this Sheridan CTF today and sponsor it. So let's talk about Bell the business. I'm sure everyone knows about it, but you know, Bell started in 1880, and it started as a first service, the first service as a landline telephone. You know, I do a lot of like quizzes about this, like our town halls and stuff, and I can never remember that date. It's just astounding like how old this company is. And it's kept the landline telephone business at its core. So it is the leading telecommunication provider in Canada. But you know, Bell doesn't want to stagnate, so it's really pushed itself to evolving into other fields, and we have so many subsidiaries as such as Bell Media. We're pushing a lot of content out there and leveraging our own infrastructure. Bell Mobility, Internet, 5TV, and the list goes on. Like at those town halls, like we have like these fun slides that shows like what Bell owns, and it's insane what we have like our reach in. But let's talk about cybersecurity today, right? So what does cybersecurity look like at Bell? We have so many teams that are dedicated in supporting like our customers and just protecting like Bell in itself, right? So we have our team, the threat hunting team. We have a vulnerability assessment pen testing team, application security, red team, and you know, a great like team that supports all of these other teams. We invest a lot in cybersecurity research and development. Like it's one of Bell's key priorities, right? To innovate and to protect its customers. We're a key player in the managed security service space. And we have a lot of corporate awards and recognitions for, you know, being a top employer and other recognitions. So next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about the presenters, right? So unfortunately, you know, we couldn't do this face-to-face or live, right? But I think it's a good idea to kind of like put a face behind these voices, right? These presenters. So I'm Sylvain Liu, right? One of the threat hunters at Bell. I'm also a Sheridan alumni. I graduated in 2018. Let's see, I have a lot of like interests in forensics when I got out of Bell, so that's why I was attracted to threat hunting, because it's essentially like proactive forensics. Like that's kind of like as a joke. But since then, I've really developed an interest in threat intel, and we're really starting to develop like a solid threat intel program at Bell. And outside of work, well, maybe not today, but since the weather has been clearing up, you can probably spot me cycling around Mississauga. So I really love to ride my bike. And I'll let my partner here, Arjat, introduce himself.
Hi, hello everyone. Thanks for joining us today. My name is Harjot. I joined Bell in January 2020 in threat hunting team. I have my keen interest in blue teaming and red teaming activities. I graduated from Concordia University with a master's degree in information system security. Today, me and Sylvain will be sharing our thoughts on blue teaming activities with you guys.
Thanks, Arjat. And at the bottom here, we have a disclaimer. Even though we are here to represent Bell, our opinions are our own and do not represent our employer's views. So That's all. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, let's go over some quick definitions, so that way, we'll be throwing around a lot of these acronyms, and I think it's good that we kind of like speak the same language. So first one is IOCs, or indicator of compromise. This is an artifact observed on a network or in an operating system that with high confidence would indicate a computer intrusion, right? So example of artifacts are hashes, IP addresses, or domains that have been confirmed to be like malicious. So you've probably seen this acronym, a SIEM, S-I-E-M. This is a security information and event management. So there's a definition here, but for me, I just call it a giant bucket where we ship and send all of our logs into this giant bucket for filtering and aggregation and analysis, right? So some example of SIEM platforms are Splunk or ArcSight. Today we're going to be using the Elk platform. It's not exactly a SIEM, although they are developing SIEM capabilities. You can use it as a SIEM. So it's just, again, a giant bucket that you can sort through data, and Elk is really good at that. SOC essentially is the security department, and the other acronyms, TTPs, we'll go over later, and JSON file, you should be familiar with that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this section we'll be talking about what is threat hunting and what does that look like at Bell. So, okay, the big definition. And I feel like every single talk on threat hunting, there's always a slide that needs to define what is threat hunting, because even though I feel that there's a unanimous kind of definition, and I like the one that Wikipedia provided. Let's just say, like, even within Bell, this definition is not accepted. So there's a lot of controversy around that. But just reading the Wikipedia definition, so the process of proactively, so that's really the key word, right? This is a proactive process and an iterative process where we search through networks and detect and isolate advanced threats that evade existing security controls. The other keyword I would suggest highlight is the evasion part. So we're looking for threats that have evaded traditional monitoring or detection, right? Or our security control. So threat hunting is part of a traditional SOC structure, right? So for your own company, and it can also be used as a service, right? So you can do threat hunting for clients, right? So as a managed security service provider. Components of threat hunting have a human element and a technological element. You need to leverage technology to automate and to like sift through data and just like leverage everything. So like applying like machine learning and stuff like that, right? But you still need a human component to really theorize and piece things together, do the correlation, like not just mechanical correlation, but really like place yourself in the place of an attacker, right? And chain these events together. So it cannot be fully automated, no matter what tool or product that's advertised this. You cannot fully automate threat hunting. So it is, again, really a proactive defense approach. So you're iteratively searching through network logs, endpoint logs, or even other data sets for any threats. You're cross-checking these logs with your threat intel, and you're building detection on top of these logs to detect and prevent future attacks. I really like using this analogy of, so a traditional SOC, you have your L1 or L2 analysts. They monitor like the tickets, right? I compare those as like your guards, like at a castle wall, right? They're stationed, and they're doing their job, and that's great. But a threat hunter, we go beyond the walls, and we're like behind walls and just trying to look for holes where an attacker may have slipped by, right? And we'll set up traps just in case they do slip by, and so that way we don't have to stand guard and be on watch all the time, right? We want to automate our job as much as possible. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what does a threat hunting program look like, right? So first, on the left corner, it's really important and it's crucial that we have a solid data set and a SIEM platform to support that, right? So without our data, our logs, like we wouldn't be able to do anything, right? We won't have visibility, so it's really important to have that covered. Next is our threat intel. So we need threat intel. So we need to know what we are looking for, and kind of like as a reference point, and we need to use that to feed like our hypotheses, right? So we the threat hunter will kind of like do a combination or merge like what data logs that we have and what is the threat intel out there, and craft a hypothesis on identifying a potential threat, right? And then once we've crafted our hypothesis, we'll execute that hunt. So that's sifting through the logs and like doing deep dive investigations, right? Confirming if it's like false positive or there are potential true positives here. So essentially, yeah, we are reviewing our results and responding if need be, right? So sometimes if our hunts are successful in a sense, then we need to go into an IR mode, right, and respond to those threats. Then we'll need to refine this process. So part of this refinement process is the content dev, right? So we don't want to constantly manually perform those hunts. So we'll create content rules to trigger and alert us when that threat has come through this like this particular vector, right? And then the cycle just repeats itself constantly, right? So it's an iterative process. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so what are we looking for and what are we trying to isolate, right? So we're looking for IOCs, right? But particularly what we're trying to isolate are what we call TTPs, or TTPs come from the MITRE attack framework. And the reason why, just to go through the acronym, right? So a TTP is short for tactics, techniques, and procedures. And it's essentially a way to categorize or kind of like use a common language to describe attacker behaviors, right? So you might have a specific technique that's used for lateral movement or for privilege escalation, or you know, just for like network discovery or anything like that, right? We're specifically focusing on TTPs because it is the most it's like at the core of the attackers like tradecraft, right, or like their methodology, right? So if borrowing David Bianco's pyramid of pain, it essentially describes like what is the most like difficult aspect for an attacker to modify if we deny kind of like this resource of theirs, right? So if we monitor just hash values, right, it's super trivial to change. You know, you just need to change one bit and it's a completely different hash, right? So it's super trivial for an attacker to adapt. IP addresses, those can get cycled really easily. Domain names, same thing. Like it's really simple to change that. When we're looking for a specific network or host artifacts, this can be a little bit more troublesome to modify, but you know, there are so many network artifacts out there and you can't cover them all. Tools, there are a lot of common tools that the attacker like to use, and if we remove like their access to these tools, it's really challenging. But at the core of things and at the top of the pyramid is the TTPs, right? The actual technique that the attacker is using. If you isolate that and you cut off one of the essentially like the chains within their attack, you can. It's very difficult for them to proceed. Okay, I think that's all. For our next slide, please. Okay, so I mentioned the MITRE attack framework. This is crucial with like we reference this like every single day, like on the job, and it's essentially like a database of, it's not all of the attacks that exist out there or behaviors essentially, but it's the ones that are how do I say, that have been seen like exploited in the wild. So there may be some theoretical attacks that haven't been really proven or that haven't been seen in the wild. They won't be in the MITRE attack framework, but once it's been confirmed to be in the wild, then it'll be added there. And they do yearly like revisions and additions. So currently there are 178 TTPs. This is without counting the sub techniques. And I think these slides were made in, so these slides were made in 2020, and since then they've added the sub techniques. So our slides don't really have that information. And this might be some information, important information for some of our challenges. So keep note of that. And there are 14 tactics. So the tactics, they kind of correspond to, if you're aware, if you know about like the cyber kill chain, but essentially it's a kind of like a common procedure or like a flow of like what an attack looks like, right? So like they might do some discovery first, then they'll have, they need to like get onto the box, right? And then they might create some persistence and then lateral movement, right? So it chains together. So yeah, so on the MITRE attack page, you'll find some really key information. So like the ID, so this is the TTP ID, the tactic that this technique can be used for. So some techniques can be used for multiple tactics. The platform that this technique is applicable for, permissions that might be required to execute this technique. And for us, this is a really important field here. It's the data sources that are essentially useful to identifying or essentially like identifying this technique. And yeah, that's all for this slide. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so speaking about data sources, there on Windows, we have essentially like three broad categories of types of log sources that are really important. Windows events, so these are logs that Windows logs out by default. There are like different like subcategories for it. So there's like security, application, like system, and there are so many of those. You'll want to ship those to your SIM, and you can create some rules and better detection on top of that. Beyond just the default Windows events logs, there's a tool called Sysmon by sysinternals. And this is a tool that provides like really powerful logs, like a lot more detailed logs. And Arjat will go a little bit more in detail about that, but it gives you way more visibility onto the Windows host. And another type of log that exists on Windows are the ETW logs, or event tracing for Windows. These are kernel level logs. They're very detailed, and unfortunately not all SIM supports these logs, but you can view them like raw with like PowerShell or like other tools, and they can be really helpful in your hunts. Okay, next slide. Okay, next I'll leave it to Arjat to present to you the our platform and such. So thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you very much, Sylvain, for your presentation. So let's start from threat hunting with Mordor. Like initially, we will cover what Mordor project is, like how we can use that in our Kibana interface, and then we'll go through some logging tips, and then we'll actually jump into the workshop. So Mordor project provides pre-recorded security events generated after simulating attackers techniques in form of JSON, basically for easy composition, and sometimes they provide like packet captures for as an additional text. So this project was created by Rodriguez brothers, popularly known as Cyber War Dog and Cyber Panda. So basically, the pre-recorded data is categorized by platforms, adversary groups, and techniques and techniques that are defined by MITRE ATT&CK framework. So the name Mordor come from the famous book and film series, The Lords of Rings, and it was a place where the evil forces of Sauron lived. And this repository is where the data by the known malicious adversary activity like lives. So the name for this project comes after the popular film Lords of Rings. There are like a couple of benefits using this project. So it is like easy to deploy, and it can be used for training and practices. So since like they provide open portable malicious data sets to expedite the development of data analytics. Also, it can also be used for adversary detection, as like it is an open source data set. Security analysts can test their skills into that. Also, it improved the testing and validation of detection in an easier and practical way. It also contribute to the MITRE ATT&CK framework and provide real world data samples during the creation of data sources. And if we come to different security types of security events, so we have different type of security events in data sources, which Sylvan has discussed. Like we have data sources like Sysmon. They are events generated by Sysmon. We have Windows security logs. We have Windows application logs. Then coming on to the Helk. So Helk, it's hunting elk, or simply Helk is one of the like first open source hunt platforms, which have like a couple of advanced analytics skills, such as it uses SQL declarative language. We can have graphing, we have structured streaming. Also, we can use Jupyter notebooks for some of the machine learning, and also we have Apache Spark over an Elk stack. So this project was basically developed primarily from the research, but due to its flexible design and core components, it can be deployed in larger environment with right configurations and scalable infrastructure. So Kibana is one of the important tool in the Elk stack, which is used to visualize the logs in the Elasticsearch. So initially, how this platform works, like we collect logs from different web servers, like using different logging agents, such as like we have a logbeat agent, filebeat agent. All these logs are collected in the Kafka, and in the Kafka, it is sent to the log stash. So which is also a key component in the Elk stack. So logstash basically do all the parsing, and if we have threat intels, we can also do the enrichment. And after the parsing, that data is stored in Elasticsearch. So using Kibana, we can visualize this data from Elasticsearch. We can also send the Elasticsearch data to Hadoop for like larger analysis of that data, and we can do some automation of like graphical streaming of the data using like GraphFrames or Jupyter. Okay, so let's start with the interface Kibana. So we have created a lab environment. So this is basically the IP. You guys have been provided with the credentials. You are free to access this platform. So the very first thing to see the events in the Kibana interface, like you have to go to the Discover tab. So clicking onto it, like you will be able to see all the events that are generated that are in the Elasticsearch. And once you are into the dashboard in the Discover section, you will see like different modules on the screen that Kibana is using. Like these are basically the detailed logs. And on the search button, like you can do like multiple queries on the search bar, or you can use like the filters, different filters based on like host name or the IP addresses. Also, you have the log sources. So basically, we can define different type of log sources into different indexes, such as like we can throw application logs into an application index. So with using the log sources, we can like switch to multiple logs. Also in the events fields, so basically these are the fields that are in the logs. And for the timestamp graph, so basically it will show us any spike for any events. And for the time settings, we can switch to multiple like time ranges or like periods to see the logs and do our investigations. We'll cover these in details. So the first one is like adjusting time. As we have mentioned, like we can use the time range to cover to see the logs for different time periods or time range. We can define like whether we want to see the logs for today or like this week, last 15 days. We can also change the now part, like if we want to see the logs from 1st January till 30th of January, so we can also define that. So the indexes, so as we have mentioned, like we can define different type of log sources into different indexes, and using the using the change button for the index, we can like switch to different type of log sources. As we have mentioned, like we have Windows security logs, we have application logs, we have PowerShell logs, Sysmons, Linux, and many more. So this is a way, like using the change button, we can switch to like different indexes. Then we have fields. So if we expand one of the event, we will be able to see multiple fields that have the information for that particular log. So there might be a chance that application logs might have different fields other than the PowerShell logs. So we can like look into all the fields and find like basic like find the important information for us. Okay, so the next is the customizing field. So since like we saw that like at our like dashboard, so it was very easy, difficult to see all the logs and the fields. So if we are like doing any huntings, for example, so if I have to look for the network connections, so it's very difficult to look into the logs one by one. Here, like we can expand one of the log and we can customize like the fields in the table, so which will give us a clear picture of like clear picture of multiple logs, like visiting different destination IPs and destination ports. We can define the fields as per our requirement in the investigation or like the hunting procedure. So if we expand one of the log, so by using the toggle column in the table, by using this option, you can add particular field into the into a table, which will help you to like investigate more thoroughly. Okay, then coming on to the filters, as we have discussed, like we can filter the logs based on couple of like fields. For example, we can filter based on like host name or like the IP addresses, and we can also use the multiple operators, such as like if we want the agent to be equal to some value, or like if we want the operator to have like contain or not contain, whether like it exists or does not exist. So we can play with the operators, and we can define different values to use this filter tab. Then coming on to the search bar. So search bar, it's a little bit different than the filter one. So in search bar, we can define multiple operators such as and, or like not, to look into the different kind of different kind of like logs. It also depends like what we are looking for and what threat scenario we have. Like we can define multiple operators between the field and values to get the exact information what we are looking for. We'll cover all these in our like workshop, so please don't worry. So the Kibana cheat sheet. So as we have like covered most of the things, so in queries, like we can use like for fields, we can use like multiple values. We can search between multiple values using different operators. And we have some of the wildcards while doing the query in the Kibana. We can also do some grouping. So the Boolean operations, as we have discussed, we can use and or not, and in the time period, we can define the range, or like we can also define the range for multiple things. Also, we have reserved character. So the break character, which is like backslash. So it is mostly used to escape these special characters in our query. Then coming on to the log hunting tips. So there could be like a lot of tips that that should be useful to us to perform our investigations or like perform our hunting for any malicious activity. So as Sylvain has discussed, in our like threat life cycle, we have an intelligence field which we can fed to our data sources. So the intelligence fields can be like looking for the malicious hashes, IP addresses. So if we have like any process execution, we can also look for the malicious thing in our threat intelligence tools. In the timestamp graph, we can also look in the spikes for any brute force attack or like the DOS attack. It will also give us the information about any missing logs. So one of if for defensification, so if any of the antivirus is like turned off, we can also see the logs for that. We can also see the abnormal activities, like if someone with higher privileges account is performing any activity out of his like working hours. So that can also be like looked into ELK. So here are all the tools that we use for our like investigation purposes. So for the IP ranges and domains, we have IP void, DNS checker, and for the threat intelligence, like looking for the hash or the file, we have virus total. And to get the IOCs, we have Cisco Talos, Alien, Vault, threat intelligence tools. And for the vulnerability list, we mostly use CVE, which is common vulnerability exposure. And for the dynamic file, we have hybrid analysis, Yomi. And also, as like Sylvain has discussed, like the attack technique dictionary. So we mostly use MITRE attack framework to look for the TTPs while starting our hunting. And for the application security, so we mostly refer OWASP top 10 or like the OWASP security guides, security guide. And coming on to the important Windows events. So every event in the Windows is defined by a unique event ID. So for example, 4624 is used for successful account logon, and for failed logon, so we have 4625. So all these are like different, and these are considered to be an important one, and also described in the ultimate Windows security blog. Also, we have one for if there is any changes in the registry, so that event is that log is logged in 4657. Alternate to the Windows security log, we have Sysmon events. So these Sysmon events have basically more information as considered to the normal Windows log. So most of the times, these are the preferable logs that we use in our hunting or like investigation purposes. So as for example, so event ID 1 is used to detect any process creation, or like if we have event ID 2 for any file time creation. For network traffic, we use event ID 3, and for registry modification or changes in any value, we have different events such as 12, 13, and 14 to cover that. There are many more, but we consider these as an important. So there are a couple of online information that is available for these logs. Feel free to read about them. That could be like very interesting. Okay, so finally now it's our time to do some practical work in our workshop, which we have set up for the CTF. So you guys please visit this URL, and we have provided credentials to your team captains. So let's start. Let's go jump to our URL, jump to our workshop session. Okay, so as we have discussed, like Kibana, something looks like this. So we are into the Discover panel, and here are all the logs that we that are like in the Elasticsearch. Before we proceed, make sure you can switch to a time range that starts with 27 March 2019, or maybe like something close to 1 May 2019, because the logs we have ingested in this platform, like they are outdated. And it's a static data. If you can start the range from somewhere close to like 1 April, so that will like have all the logs, so you won't be missing anything. So let's start with our scenarios. So we have developed a couple of scenarios to give a higher understanding of how we use our hunting, or like how we do investigations by using our logs. So let's come to the first task. So the first task is the user Namartha downloaded and ran the stager on May 14th, 2019, which further launched the PowerShell to download and execute an Empire payload. So if we try to understand this scenario, so the very first key information we have is like the username is Namartha, and the user has downloaded and ran a stager. So we are clear that there is a process executed by this user on this particular day, and the process that this user has executed has further launched a PowerShell and then execute an Empire payload. So as we have discussed, like we can look for we can use the queries or like filters to do filters our logs to get the right information what we are looking. So the key information we have: the user is Namartha, it has ran a execution, it has execute a script, and the date is this, and there is also process which is named as PowerShell has also been executed. So let's build a query for this one. So since we have mentioned, okay, so the event ID 1, so as we have the key information, the username is Namartha and it has like executed a process. So the process execution is like monitored in event ID 1, sysmon event ID 1. So let's refresh this. Let's look the results for these this query. So we have like 134 hits, which is like also a difficult thing to look into each and every log. So let's go into back to our like scenario and see if we can get more information. So here we can see like the user has also launched a PowerShell. So let's rebuild our query to include PowerShell in the process. So it might decrease the number of like events that we are seeing. Okay, like right now we have like just 5 events. So we'll rearrange the time in the descending order, and let's look into the each log. So expanding into the log, we have like different sources. So this is the index, which is Sheridan CTF3. So we have a common index for the every logs that are in this data set. And we can look into the multiple like important information that we have in these logs. So the first one is the event data command line. So the process execute is the PowerShell. The command line will contain any argument to this this PowerShell, this process. So as we have discussed, we can customize the fields in the table. So let's include this one in our table. Let's look into the other things. So the current directory where the script has run. So we know like it's a Windows PowerShell log. And the other important thing is like the data hash. Basically, this is an image that has been ran by the user, the PowerShell, and this hash is for this process. We can also include these in the tables. So basically, the user ran this process PowerShell, and the hash for this PowerShell is included in the hashes section. So to confirm whether this is a legit process or not, so we can go into the virus total to confirm whether this process that the user has ran is malicious or not. Okay, so virus total says that this is a PowerShell script, so this is a right process, and it is also a signed file and valid signature. So this we can confirm that this is a legit process. We can also look into the other fields, so which is important. So let's come to the parent command line. So it will also include the script that was ran before this particular PowerShell, and it also include the command line arguments. So we can also include the parent image also. And the other important fields are the process GUID. So basically this GUID will be unique throughout our infrastructure for this particular process, for this particular PowerShell process. So that's all. I think we need to re-include our values. Okay. So we can also include from here. Okay, now we have all the important information in our table. So let's revisit the scenario. So the scenario say the user Namartha downloaded and ran a stager on May 14th, which launched PowerShell to download and execute an Empire payload. So coming on to the question, what we have related to this scenario. So it says, what is the extension of the script that the user executed in that evening? So basically, we are looking for the extension of the script that was ran by the user Namartha, which further execute the PowerShell. And to look into that, so as we have mentioned, right now we are looking for the PowerShell logs. So the PowerShell is executed by one of the script. So now we have to look into that script. So for this process, so anything that executed PowerShell should be the parent process for this particular process. So if we come into the parent image, so these are the like parent processes that launched this PowerShell. So if we come into the parent command line, so it will give us the process name and also the command line argument that was provided. So in the very first log, we can see the process that ran was W script, and it again ran a script in its argument, which is like .vbs. So now we have the answer for our question, this one. So what is the extension of the script? So the extension is .vbs script. So this is the way like how we do our hunting. If we have to perform any particular investigation in our like environment, so we can use like different techniques. So everyone should have like different investigation techniques, but these are considered to be as a common, like how we can use the fields to correlate different things and then find a particular thing. And then coming out to the next thing, the next scenario is related to the first one. So it says the executed Empire payload establish an encrypted C2C channel. So basically the PowerShell, that is the Empire payload, that was executed in the previous scenario. So it is performing some network connections. So as we have discussed, like network connections are monitored in event ID 3 in the sysmon log, and to look for what this particular payload has did. So we have to like look into the process GUID. So for the if you have the process GUID for this Empire payload, so basically we will be able to look for every events that this particular particular binary has did, like whether it has made like any further network connections, or it made some changes in the binary, or like it have like any named pipe created. So all those events should be logged for that particular GUID, so which this PowerShell has. So if we go into the logs, so this is a process ID for this particular process that was ran by the user Namartha. So if we copy this process GUID and have our query for event ID 3, we'll be able to see all the network connections this process have like make after the execution. Okay, so right now we have 859 hits. So let's do our like customizing field. So coming on to the scenario question, so it says like what is the destination port number for the encrypted channel. So let's look into the log and add the IP fields and port fields into our table. So we are using the destination field, we are using the destination port. And then we'll move forward with the like source IP, and then we'll be adding the source port. So customizing the fields will actually give us the high level information for all the like event logs. So we can also add the fields in the column by using this. So this is little overwhelmed. So we need to remove some of the fields from here. We can easily add and remove the fields from this customer table. So yes, we are able to see a high level view of all the like events, so all the network connections basically. So looking for the destination port. So the destination port for this network connections is 443. And we have our answer for this particular questions and for the scenario. I hope things are clear to you. But you always will be active on Discord. So if you have like any questions related to any workshop or presentation session, you're free to ask. So let's jump on to our next scenario. So the next scenario say a utility was executed via PowerShell to enumerate local IP address network configuration information. Okay, so now we know the PowerShell further executed a utility to enumerate the local IP information. So here we have the process GUID for the PowerShell, and now that PowerShell is further executing a new process. So for this process, the PowerShell will be the parent process, and the previous GUID which we have like get from the previous log, now it will become the parent process GUID for this if we have to hunt for this particular scenario. So how we will build this how we'll build a query for this one. So we know there's a process executed. So it is covered by event ID 1 sysmon. So now we have converted the same process GUID into the parent process GUID. Okay, now we have to look for the process that was ran to enumerate the network information. So what is the name of the binary that was used to enumerate the local IP information? So let's look into the processes that was ran under this particular parent process ID. So we have different kind of process like con host, exe, root exe, ISO. Finally, we have the IP config exe, as we are all aware that this particular binary is used to enumerate network information. So we have the answer for our like third scenario. So see, you can see that like customizing the fields in the table, like it actually is very helpful to do our investigations and like the hunting. So we are leaving the rest of the scenarios to be done by yourself. So we'll be providing this sheet which will have the queries and the answers. And this particular book like also have some of the like important Sysmon event IDs, like which can be considered as a workshop cheat sheet. And we'll have some content regarding the Cabana as well. So that's all for the workshop session. I will hand over the presentation to Sylvain to continue further.
Yeah, thanks, Harjat, for going over those activities. I hope, I actually forgot if this is going to be like a VOD content, so if they can review what you went over, Harjat, like at a later date and go through like the, what do you call it, the scenarios at their own pace. And yeah, like we'll be here like pretty much all day, or like in the afternoon at least, to answer your questions and help you walk you through these the sessions or the scenarios. So yeah, I think you can go to the next slide. Okay, so firstly, we want to give credits where credit is due. So there's some folks that we want to mention just to say thanks for their support. So Sam, he's our current team lead, and he did like a lot of research like a couple of years ago on Hulk and the Mordor, and he's like essentially our main man on that. Olivier, he is our former team lead. He's since he's moved on from Bell since last year. But he's very supportive of our team and has been a great leader for us. Of course, we need to give thanks to our management and directors for supporting this this workshop and sponsoring the CTF. They really love what we're doing here and what the ISSessions Club is doing. So for sure, they love supporting this these kinds of initiatives. Sure, thanks to Larry Tesler for inventing copy paste. Rest in peace. I think this was like yeah, a reference since he passed away near the time of like the original slides were made. The Help development team, Mordor development team, and OSM development team. Special thanks to them. And Swaglords, Kibana cheat sheet. Okay, next. Okay, some super special thanks to some of the Bell team members, so Avneet and Armin. They've really helped with essentially like supporting the platform and getting it working and all that stuff. And of course, major thanks to Mangatas. He's a former Bell employee at this time. He's just found a great opportunity outside of Bell. We're really sad for him to leave, but he's also a Sheridan alumni. You'll probably see him around on Discord as a task manager. He's really open to questions or just any messages. You may want to ask him about his astrophotography projects. I think that's been a pretty big hit. But yeah, seriously though, without his help and actually like it's most of the slides and the challenges were organized by him. So major thanks to him. So next slide. Okay. again, we want to thank the ISSessions club and community for bringing this event to us. It's been a great opportunity for us to showcase what we do at Bell, and really we're really grateful for the opportunity to support this initiative. So yeah, come say hi on Discord. Please ask questions. Like I, even though I graduated like was it like 3 years ago now, like I constantly feel like a student, and the best way I learn is always by asking questions, right? Fundamental questions. It's just it's part of the job. It's part of being a lifelong learner, right? And third, but last but not least, have fun, right? So we really hope that you guys enjoy the challenges that we made, and of course the challenges that everyone else made, right? And we hope that this workshop was really interesting for you. Part of it was part of the reason why we wanted to deliver this workshop is really to bring light to the more visibility to like the blue side of things, right? When I was a student, everyone was so interested on red teaming and like the attacker side, and I didn't really kind of like connect with that, and that's fine, right? And I really love doing work on the blue team side. So I'm hoping some people get inspired and would like to pursue more blue team initiatives. So at the bottom there, just on top of Sauron, like where Sauron's eye should be, is the flag for this workshop. We'll probably leave this slide up for like another 3 minutes for you guys to copy it down, and we can answer some questions, like maybe not for the platform itself, like we can do that like throughout the day, but if you have any questions about like Bell or just like any ideas around threat hunting, please post them up. Let me see, actually, let me open up YouTube.
Hey, Sylvan and Harja, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the staff here at ISSessions. We really loved your talk, and Kibana is a tool I'm actually exploring myself, so it was a really great primer for me. I just wanted to point out some people are having an issue with the flag. I think it's because it's too many characters.
Uh-oh.
Supposed to be 10 and there's 13. So
no worry. Let me go check. Okay.
Yeah, if you can just double check that, Kurt. I'm not sure if we can just do a straight cut from that, but Kurt's on it. So, Sven, while I have you and Harjot here, I just wanted to go over some of the common questions that I saw, because I couldn't even keep up with the questions. So, number one, make sure when you're going to the IP address supplied, you have HTTPS in the front of that, or else it will not work. Also, setting the date for your time range. Do you guys want to go over that really quick? Because that was a question we had come up a couple times about the time range.
Yeah, we can definitely go through that again and how to do that. So we'll bring the flag back up.
Yeah, put the flag back up. I'm just going to add that one to the challenge, the one you have.
Okay.
So can I see it? I didn't see it
though.
Open the flag again.
Yeah, just leave this last slide open, and they're going to add that to.
Yeah, I'll just add it.
Yeah, I think there's just duplicate characters.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
18B, I think is the. I think that's the problem. That would be 3. So, yeah, guys, give that a shot with only the one triplet of 18B. That should work for you. Oh, people are already in the chat with that. While I'm very original.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. I just realized that's on me. That's my bad. I was like copying it over manually, and even though I credited him, I did not use copy paste. Very unfortunate.
Both flags will work now, by the way.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect. Yep, so we got the HTTPS issue, we got the time thing going on, and I think that was it. A really good question from Kevin W, which Task Manager actually answered, but I thought maybe you guys would want to touch on it, was they were asking if the log that they were looking at was imported from a Windows event log file or from an external server. And Task Manager actually pointed out that it was a data set. I didn't know if you guys wanted to expand on that or not.
So these are it's like it's from Mordor, right? So this is like these are like simulated events that they've been captured. So to an extent, it's from a live server, but it's not live, right? Like it's they just captured it and essentially like we just like insert it into the platform, right? So I don't know if that like really made sense or, but
Yeah, to add on the Sylvain point, so
Yeah.
Mordor is basically a project which has a predefined data set. So the data set, they have collected logs by reproducing some of the attacker techniques and collecting the logs from there so that it can be used by security analysts to verify the skills of building detections and validations. Is that answer my question?
Yeah, I think that answered the question way more eloquently than I put it.
No, that's perfect. I think it's important to distinguish between, you know, capturing a data set versus quote unquote live data, right? It is different. But
yeah,
no,
maybe that not be a live data that have been captured, but it is actually related to the real-time attack scenarios. So
yeah, and these are attacks again, right, from we don't really want to spoil it, but they are from like really big and well-known APTs. So I don't think we really went over that acronym. So APT is Advanced Persistent Threat. So these are how we kind of like label or name like attackers, and there are different ways of categorizing them. So instead of just saying like Russia or China or like any like specific entities like that, like by name, we just give them like a code name. So like maybe like APT1 or 5 or whatever. So one of the questions here, so Guitar Hicks asked, how big is the security team at Bell? Oh man, so the SOC, I think we had a slide on it, and I mentioned the SOC itself is a little bit over the, it's a lot, let me see, I think we're close to 300 people now under like our one director. And there's another director that supports like kind of like the architecture team. And we have actually, it's kind of strange, but we actually have, since Bell is so big, right? So we have 50,000 employees. I think we're getting really close to 60,000. And you can imagine like the infrastructure that Bell needs to support. We actually have like more than one security team. We also have like corporate security. They're like their own department. And we have the SOC, and each, I guess like some of the subsidiaries like have like their own security teams. But yeah, we try to communicate to each other very frequently and such. So if you're more curious about what about like the SOC itself and like the structure of that, we can definitely share some info on that.
no, that's wonderful, Savannah Harja. I really enjoyed your talk about this. It's a really important tool to learn. I know I've definitely neglected that for sure. Picking up Kibana and working with this information. I also noticed too in the Bell chat, you guys mentioned that you're always hiring positions for 4th years and up, which is really amazing that you guys extended that offer to us. But there's a lot of 1st and 2nd years that are doing the CTF, and they're all nervous as they rightfully should be. They've never done it before. They're looking to be in that position in 4th year, right? They want to be working at Bell and working on your teams and stuff. In 1st and 2nd year, if you could give them a piece of advice to really drive them through the next 2 years and put them in a good position to get aligned with a company like yours, what would be that piece of advice that you would give to yourself 1st and 2nd year?
Oh man, that's a really great question. I think it's really on the second point, right? Like, be curious. Like, when I was in 1st, actually, I'll kind of like a tangential story, but actually, when I was in my 1st year, I didn't really have like a strong passion for InfoSec. Like, I went into this program and I was just like, I'm cool. I like computers. I'll just go through this program and coast through it and just be done with it, right? But something happened in the 2nd year. I don't know what it was, but something sparked in me, like where I really developed a passion for security, and I started like attending a bunch of talks. Like I was a frequent member of, like attendee, I should say, for ISSessions. And you guys know, like just going to the club, like to the club event is on like a late Friday night. And after like a long day of school, like it's kind of like the last thing you want to do. But I made a commitment to myself to going to the events, right? And just constantly try to learn and interact with the people within your community, right? So it's really, I think like my piece of advice is just, yeah, be curious and just constantly ask questions. So.
I'll add one more thing to Sylvan's. The very important thing is like cover the basics first. If you consider like for this workshop, so the one who will be attending or like delivering should have like a basic knowledge of how the Windows events look like. So what is the information in those logs, how we can use those different event IDs or different fields to correlate and build a successful detection. Yeah, so covering the basics is like very important.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Arjat. Like, you know, like we talk about all these like, you know, like event ID 1, event ID 3, you know, like it's like these numbers, like what do they mean? Like what are they? Like it's at the end of it, right? It's like what does the data represent, right? And what are you trying to achieve, right? And what are you trying to look for, like fundamentally speaking? And if you really build that foundation, right? So year 1, year 2, that's really like the place to develop those like that knowledge and like those skills, right? And from there, like with a solid foundation, like the specifics, like you'll learn over time. So yeah.
Excellent. No, I love both those pieces of advice, especially the sticking to the fundamentals. I think it's so easy to get lost in these cool tools and all these different dashboards and whatnot, and then we forget that there's, you know, definitely a fundamental level to all this that's very important but easy to ignore. So no, thank you for touching on that. It was really wonderful. I think everyone really enjoyed this workshop, guys. We had like lots of chat going on for different reasons, but lots of engagement was good. And I'm really happy with how everybody was engaging with you guys in the chat, and that was wonderful. Thank you so much.
No, yeah, like I just want to say, like I'm really happy that people are, like, even though it's a problem, like I'm really glad that people are raising their hand and saying like, hey, I'm having a problem here. It shows that you guys actually want to try and want to engage with the material, right? So we're really happy to help you on that front. So thank you.
Wonderful. So everybody, if that's it for questions, I don't see you guys putting in any questions and whatnot, then I'm gonna let Sylvan and Harja go get some to eat or some to drink and have a bit of a break. Guys, if they want to get in touch with you after the workshop, you mentioned you'll be on in the afternoon. Where and how can they get a hold of you if they have more questions?
So yeah, like I think my name should be visible and highlighted in the workshop. So at Tree of Life on Discord. So yeah, feel free to send me a message. DM is also welcomed. If you do send a DM, I might take some time to reply. And but yeah, I'm really open to asking, like having a chat with you guys. So.
Or Harja, how about you?
Yeah, the same as Sylvan. So will be available on Discord. So they are free to raise any question they have. Or might be they can post anything on the workshop for attending. So we'll be actively like replying to them. And one more thing to clear. So the workshop space will be active for the next till tomorrow. So the participants can practice on that.
Perfect. So there you have it, everybody. If you want to get a hold of Sylvan or Harja, contact them on Discord. They're going to try to be getting back to you as soon as they can. Remember, you can hit up the chat. You can hit up the technical ticket support. We got lots of different avenues for you guys to communicate and get your questions answered. So yeah, big shout out to Sylvan and Harja for coming out to this. This was wonderful, and we really appreciated you giving us your time and your knowledge, most of all, in this presentation. So thank you. And with that, we can conclude the workshop, and you guys can get some to eat or some to drink and stretch your legs a bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. All right, guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Thank you everyone for joining. Have a great day. Bye.
Wonderful. I hope everybody really enjoyed that. That was really great of them to go over the questions and really get into the nitty gritty of Kibana and all these different tools and whatnot. Yeah, and I also want to touch on that offer that they made out to the fourth years and the alumni. If you're in first, second, and even third year, don't let that discourage you. Just recognize that as a goal and that is somewhere that you can be in a couple years. You can be in that position to, work at a company like Bell or, Deloitte is the next workshop we have coming up. All these different places, that is a real possibility. And I want you guys always to remember that and to take their advice to heart. Master the fundamentals, especially, that's a big one, and be curious. And those all kind of go together. As you learn the fundamentals, you can expand that curiosity and whatnot. So I really like that advice that they give. I think that's solid advice. So wonderful. So let's just check out the score really quick before I go get something to eat and drink. Wow. So first and second are neck and neck right now. That's wild. And third, wow. No, this is pretty close. Wow. Excellent work, everybody. Okay, let's just go to the questions here. The numbers. The numbers are wild. Orange boom. Perfect. All right, so we're going to be taking a little bit of a break from now. Our next workshop will be the Deloitte workshop. This will not be streamed on YouTube as per their request, okay? So you'll have to go in through the Discord, which has already been set up. So we're just going to leave this screen up here with the scoreboard. If you do want to get on the Deloitte workshop, make sure you're connected on the Discord and you go from there, okay? So that's going to be around 3 o'clock, and we'll put an announcement up on the YouTube, but keep an eye on the Discord because that's where that's going down. So, all right, everybody, and we're going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll see you back at 3. Hey, what's going on, everybody? So I had to take a little break. I was getting a bit of a migraine going on there. So at this point in the day, it's kind of slowed down a little bit. We're gonna try to like reach out to some of the teams and do just a little quick interview, see how everybody's doing. The first team that we're gonna step into is the CTF secret win code safe-to-click.text.exe, which is one of the most cleverly named teams of this whole competition. So without further ado, I'm gonna jump in and say hi to them in a second.
Yeah. I've already blue screened once today.
Oh, I didn't even know about that.
That's not that bad. It could be worse. Perfect. Yeah, guys. Basically, what my message said is we're just trying to reach out to all the teams, see how you're doing, and we're putting this up on YouTube just so we can get some more context.
I'm gonna mute the YouTube stream so I don't hear the echo.
Oh yeah, I know my voice is buttery and savory, but hearing it twice might be.
Are we live?
Yeah, and there's a lot of feedback coming from you right now.
From me? There's feedback?
No, Ben.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're getting feedback from me?
Yeah.
All right. Figure.
So I got to be on my best behavior and whatnot.
Yeah, let's try to be business semi-casual. You know what I mean? Like dress down Friday. So yeah. First things first. How is everybody feeling so far? It's towards the end of the first day. Just want to get a sense of how you're feeling.
I think I could have done better for most of the day, but yeah, it's my first CTF, so it's going pretty good so far, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Run into the wall in a few areas where I feel like I shouldn't have. So attack from different directions, and well, we're staying up there and doing well. So considering, I think our whole group, it's our first CTF, our whole first group. So especially all together. So we're having a lot of fun when we're doing well. We get frustrated, but I think everyone's having that today. So
I needed to take a. Yeah, how's the feedback now? Is it better?
That's much
Great.
better.
Yep.
Yeah. I think I just needed to eat something. I was.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I just ordered a pizza and cracked a sysadmin challenge.
I had 6 hours sleep and a bowl of cereal before now, so I'm doing a lot better with some fuel in the tank.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget about basic human bodily functions.
It's coding and computer stuff. It's kind of like gaming in that respect. You just time and body goes out the window, and you're just in the zone. It's great.
Yeah, it's kind of euphoric in its own way, right? It's kind of addicting where you're like, oh, I got to keep going, and you keep getting points, and there's that reward system. It's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. I was after this programming challenge, I'm gonna stretch my legs, have a drink of water, and then oh no, wait, but I think I know how I'm gonna do this. I think I can do this challenge too, or something's starting to click with something else, and I'm just 20 minutes go by, 30 minutes go by. Yeah, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna stretch my legs, have a snack.
Yeah, drink water. I've been that's what I've been saying all day. Everybody, drink water. It's important. So Joel, I know you mentioned earlier, is this everybody's first CTF then?
I think so. Definitely the first one from for the ISSessions one.
Yeah,
I can't speak for Robin, but
Robin's been in a CTF before with a couple of folks from InfoSec IS.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys all in IS? Are you all in the bachelor or?
Me and Jonathan are. I think those guys are SDNE.
Yeah.
Oh,
Robin and I are both software dev boys.
Yes, that's the software network engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a great program. I was in that program before I was in this one, back in 2017. And then I left school for a bit to go do other things, but it's a great program. I really enjoyed it. But that's really great. You're trying this out though. It's kind of stepping out of I think it's Sydney, right? It's kind of stepping out of that area.
Yeah, totally. A lot more. Sorry, just looking around.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, the web challenges and stuff. No, it's definitely a step outside of my comfort zone and a great opportunity to learn. Even the IS sessions when we went through the challenges, it's I learned. I don't know if it was good or bad, but I learned a lot just seeing how you guys thought about the challenges that you made and what the steps were, that kind of thing. Oh, now this is like, oh, this is something we want to look at in like the request header or whatever, and then like how to tweak that and use curl, all those things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that challenge was crazy. Like when Nick did it, when Nick was doing that, I was like, wow, like I overcomplicated this by a huge margin.
Yeah, and that actually helped us on a couple other, at least one, if not two other challenges, learning that curl thing. That was nice.
Yeah,
That
curl
was
is
what I had known about.
it's powerful, eh? Like,
yeah,
it's awesome. Did you guys? I know Ben, you were at the Deloitte workshop for sure because we were talking a little bit there. Did anyone else make it to a workshop today?
I think most of us have been every one of them. Lurking, if not necessarily being active, we've had them up and listening. So I know I've hit everyone today.
I typically lurk at these workshops, at the workshops.
Yeah,
I know I was active a bit in that that Wireshark one. I was at the Bell one, but I stepped away when they put the IP address up, so I missed that and I had to backtrack and fell behind. So I'm planning on watching that in an hour or two and working through that one then.
Yeah, and that one will be up all night as far as I know. Actually, until tomorrow, so you can work on that at your own time, which is great. Yeah. That was great they did that for us.
I think there's 3 or 4 challenges that rely on that, right?
Yeah, there's a handful that they made for us, and they're pretty wild. I gotta say, Bell really went above and beyond.
Good.
So, no, it's awesome. Glad you guys enjoyed the workshops. I know I did. I was obviously running all of them today, and it was a lot to take in. Even me, like I was taking notes, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So speaking of like the workshops and whatnot, what's kind of been like your approach so far to solving like the harder challenges, right? So maybe you start a challenge, and some of them you can probably get pretty quickly, but the ones that you hit a wall, what have you guys kind of been doing to work around that as a team and as individuals?
We've been pretty much open in voice chat for most of the day, so we've as well. You can see it; others can't. We've put a lot of code back and forth in our team chat and come from different angles. We've done a little bit of screen sharing here and there, and then last ditch effort, you shelf it for a bit, move on to something else, and maybe inspiration hits you in a little while, kind of thing. So. But yeah, we've been pretty good to chat between ourselves and try and tackle challenges that way, which has been pretty good.
Awesome. No, it sounds like there's some good communication, which is probably your most vital asset in these events, for sure.
Oh, and I'd also like to give a big thank you to the good old Google.
Oh, yeah.
The almighty Oracle.
It's the MVP of our team right now.
Hey, but that's all part of it.
I'm sure someone from another team is watching. They're probably thinking the same.
Here I am Googling the set ID bit right now. So,
hey, Googling is an important skill.
Huh?
Googling is an important skill. I don't care what anybody
It
says.
I can attest to that. I've had to teach a few people over the years on how to do it. So,
the art of la Google.
It's true though. It's a real skill, man. Like all the time. Like you have to teach people how to ask the right questions. It's a real skill.
And well, you can this whole group has a programming background. I've got a computer programming diploma. Jonathan's done. You did software engineering. You got 2 other guys that are in SDNE right now. And just as a group that's come from programming, you can't learn every language. But once you've learned 1 or 2, it's not hard to go into another 3 or 4 from there, because Google. Once you understand how it kind of languages are laid out, it's not that hard to quickly go over and shoot, how do I do this in this language again? Oh, okay, cool. So, and just applying that to other things that you do definitely teaches you a lot on how to work through problems. So.
Yeah, definitely like first principles is always great, or like once you know the foundations, it's always easier to transfer it and kind of relate it that way. No, I do that all the time. So last but not least here, so this is most of yours first CTF. You're reaching close to the end of the day. So this may seem like an odd question, but it's an important one. is that what would you tell someone looking to do their first CTF now that you're right in the trenches of it?
My biggest thing was I came into this. I'd already kind of gotten excited about it because I'd been talking with. Can't remember who brought up. I want to say it was Thraki about the NSEC one coming up in May, and I kind of jumped on board with that. And they've sent me some resources to Ring Zero and stuff like that. So I went through and I think I've solved about 13 challenges on that, working up towards this. And even though some of those you get stuck on, there's so many resources of people that have solved that you can, if you're really stuck, you can literally find the walkthrough on it and go, oh, so that's how it's done. And you kind of start to see, oh, okay, and now I can apply that to the next one kind of thing, which was very, very handy for me to kind of work through and then go, oh, yeah, well, I know the programming when we got stuck on one of the programming ones earlier, and I was able to kind of work with the guy and caught what we were missing and why it wasn't working. Because I had that prior little dive into it. You guys with that session you had the 3 challenges kind of for us to work with, and that was really enlightening as well as to kind of thought processes and thinking outside the box. That chess challenge threw me for a loop. I will say that. Here I am in a hex editor trying to find the hidden thing in the file, and it was just we had to figure out what the next 3 moves were, and I went, oh. So as I just kind of gave away something.
Yeah, I do think it's definitely like when you're finding yourself stuck, like if you can notice that moment where you're really kind of like doing the same thing again and again, like trying the same commands and getting the same result, just like sort of like drilling yourself, like, why isn't this working when I know it's supposed to? Being able to take a breath and kind of like expand your frame around the problem to be like, there's something here that I'm not seeing. And then even just like trusting that, like, I think, yeah, like practice is definitely a big part of it. Like, I know if I was more familiar with what a typical like request body or like request headers or like a packet looked like, then the stuff that sticks out where it's like, as a programmer, for example, I think it was one of Luai's challenges, the Git folder, the Git directory had an underscore in front of the Git. It's like, that's a tell, because any Git folder, it's usually .git. There's no underscore there. It's like those little things that are just off about something, I think, are the giveaways for where to look. And also like the things that you don't notice when you think you know what a problem is, and you just like keep trying the same things and it's not solving it for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I like both of those. I think they touch on being open to the bigger ideas and being curious, but then like what you were saying, Ben, is that attention to the small details and the kind of irregularities is also important. And the more you kind of learn, the easier it is to spot those irregularities. So no, I really like that. That was good that both of you put that. So perfect. So all in all, you would definitely recommend someone let's just go do a CTF.
Yeah, you just dive in.
Yeah, and like we were able to crack quite a bit of it pretty quickly with our programming background, so we've done quite well. But the few times that we've been stuck and we've been able to bring in a mentor to go through it, they've either kind of pointed at the fact that, no, we're right there, so we're not going to help you because we don't want to kind of tip you in that way when you're so close, or they've been like, yeah, you're kind of off base. Try looking in this direction. They've been very good about kind of helping where they can without fully giving things away. To the point that if you've never done this before, they're a great resource to get you started.
Yeah, I know we had a strong focus on that when we were developing the CTF, and that we definitely wanted to be helpful and give people the right footing, but we also wanted to give you guys that challenge. So that's really good to hear that our training went well and the team has got it dialed in. That's great, and I'm glad we were able to help you guys when you needed it. So
no problem.
Perfect, guys. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to try to work my way through some of the other teams here, but really appreciate you guys, taking the time to talk to me. I know time is of the essence at the CTF.
Well, we're totally multitasking. I figured
Perfect.
maybe not as well as we'd like to, but we're trying.
Well, I thought it was important that we check in on all the teams and make sure everybody's doing all right. So I'm glad you guys are having a good time. You're in good spirits, and that's all that counts at the end of the day for me is that everyone's in good spirit. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna head out and get to some other teams. But best of luck. You guys are still in the top 10, which is awesome.
Yeah, we just snuck in there right before you joined us.
Yeah. So keep it going. I'm rooting for you guys. So, alrighty. Well, we'll probably talk later or tomorrow. Alrighty.
Yep,
All right.
thanks.
Take her easy.
See you guys. great. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Pretty tired. We're
Yeah,
doing
you guys have been
Pretty
going
tired, but-
hard all day.
good. Yeah.
Pardon?
I'm pooped.
Yeah, I can hear it in all your voices. You're like, yeah, we're doing good, but we want to go to sleep. So,
yeah. So what's up, homie?
so I came up with the idea today to check up on all the teams and make sure you guys are drinking water and eating foods, because we are human at the end of the day. So just checking up on everybody, and yeah, I just wanted to get a sense of how everybody's feeling about the event. So first things first, like, how's everybody feeling so far besides sleep deprived and hungry and thirsty?
I enjoyed the event a lot. It's nice. It's right up my skill level.
Yeah,
It's like a little beginner and intermediate level type thing, you know? I'm enjoying it.
I've been really enjoying it too. I haven't gotten a whole lot of challenges, but it's just been great for learning, I think.
Yeah, awesome. Because we have a couple different experience levels. Obviously, Kyle, you have a lot of experience now with CTFs, and Jax, I'm not sure. Is this your first CTF, or have you done a few? Or
Second. I did UT CTF a few weeks ago, but that wasn't as big as this, I don't think.
Okay, and how are you feeling with the challenges so far, Jackson?
I'm really enjoying it. I've learned, I've like kind of learned some stuff for it, but yeah, I've been enjoying it.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear there's some learning going on, because at the end of the day, like we hemmed and hawed over this. Like, do we want this to be like uber competitive or more of a learning experience? And at least for now, we decided I think it's really valuable to create a place where everybody can learn and feel confident in their abilities and whatnot. So I'm happy it's going that way.
Nice, I like it.
So
yeah, it's really enjoyable so far. Yeah, I'm definitely learning things.
yeah. Well, especially for you, Kyle. I mean, you guys did amazing at your last CTF, and it's good to see that you're getting out to this one. And how are you feeling in comparison to some other ones that you've been to so far?
I find I'm able to do. I like the fact that there's a lot of like different options for what you could choose. Sometimes I go to CTFs and there's not that many categories, but like I found with this one is like some like nice one, especially like the system admin ones. I love those.
Yeah, they're my favorite too.
Yeah,
I love them.
I like them a lot. So that's pretty fun. And then like the programming ones are fun, but you see programming ones that get a lot of CTFs. So it's sort of like run of the mill. But yeah, it's overall it's super nice. I like it.
Awesome. No, we really try to give lots of categories and appeal to different areas of expertise and whatnot, because we noticed that as well as we felt that a lot of other CTFs you may not get as many options. And sadly, it might not be your area of expertise, which we didn't want to happen. We want everybody to have a category where they're like, yes, I can do that one. So
yeah, exactly.
Hoping we nailed that on the head.
Yeah, skilled it. That was nice.
Cool. Did you guys make it to any workshops today, or?
I went to all three.
Oh, awesome, Jackson. Kyle, did you make it to any?
Yeah, I made it to two of them.
Awesome. Which ones really spoke to you the most so far?
I sort of like the snort one, but I wasn't really following along that much with it. I wish there was more like actual examples. I felt like it was like pretty high level. He's just sort of showed you like, oh yeah, you could do this and this and this, but there was no like implementation of it. And then like I was trying to use some of the stuff that he taught us right now in the challenge, and it wasn't really going well. But like it was good content though. I just feel like I have to like digest that on my own like at a later time. And then for the Wireshark one, I went to that one as well. I thought that was just like way too basic. But yeah, but like I do enjoy the fact that you guys got the workshops to be out there. Maybe Jackson disagrees a little bit.
No, I enjoyed them. They felt a little bit over my head, but it was interesting to follow. Like I wasn't really following along either, but it was interesting to hear.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, they are very dense workshops. I mean, even myself, like I was running all of them, and I was trying to do the streaming, and I was trying to take notes and learn myself, and I even struggled digesting the density of the information they were giving, because it was just it was so good and so juicy, but it's like, you know, there's only so much you can chew on, right?
Yeah.
So no, that's awesome. I'm happy with how the workshops turned out. I was super nervous because, you know, they're kind of my baby for today, and I was really happy that, you know, all the presenters had a good time, and we, you know, it went well. So I'm happy you guys learned something. They went well. I couldn't ask for anything more. So
Nice.
awesome. So this is actually a question I've been asking everybody, but I'm really curious to ask you guys for a couple reasons. Number one, you guys are in the lead right now, which is congratulations. We're, you know, I'm a little biased, you know. Obviously, I like to root for the Sheridan team, but it's also really cool because you guys were slow in the beginning, right? I've been watching the scores all day, and you guys were creeping, and now, you know, you're in the lead. And I wanted to ask both of you, because you both have, you know, different experience levels with CTFs. What has been your general approach so far to solving the harder challenges, the ones that you didn't get right away and you were kind of hitting a wall? How did you get around those walls?
Pass it off to John or Connor.
They were more of the big ones. They did more of the big ones. I did a lot of the trivia ones. And
Yeah.
and I did a few of the like kind of easy to like mid-level of some of the categories. But I think mostly it was Connor.
Yeah, Connor's been like really carrying us right now. He has so many points.
No, but that's an important skill to have in a team, is recognizing, you know, who can take on the bigger challenges and who kind of goes where. I mean, like that. I mean, that's delegation, right? It's not an easy skill to have, and you guys have obviously used it to great advantage.
Oh yeah, thanks man, I appreciate that.
So yeah, because I've seen teams, and I've been on teams where, you know, one person will kind of take over everything, or nobody talks to each other. And all the teams that I've interviewed today, and I'm very happy about this, is that there's been excellent communication and team skills, and I think that's why everybody's achieving a level of success higher than they thought they were going to achieve. And that's been really nice, that, you know, people are exceeding their expectations. So
yeah.
So no, that's awesome, guys. I'm really happy to hear, you know, that the teamwork is working out, and perfect. Last but certainly not least, what would you tell someone looking to do their first CTF after doing this CTF?
Come do this one next year. Do it up.
I'd say like just try it, because like I was honestly like really worried like going in, because like I felt like I wasn't like, because it's been a busy past few weeks and I haven't been able to do as much like Pico or whatever as much as I wanted to. But I feel like I've like still been able to like come in and do some stuff and figure it out as I go.
No, that's fantastic to hear, because we've had that from a few people saying, you know, they were unsure if, you know, this is the event for them, or just CTFs in general, not even the Sheridan CTF. And I agree with Kyle's, like, just go, right? Like, just show up and do your best. That's my attitude towards it as well. So Jackson, I'm really happy that you did push yourself, and you've been winning some challenges, which is everybody's worst fear, right? Nobody wants to show up and not solve a challenge, right?
Yeah. Jamie, just one thing. We want to put this on the record. That our team name is pronounced fourth semester,
not Gemester.
Not fourth gemester.
Yeah, don't get it twisted.
Gem has been
spreading lies.
Yeah.
Who's Gem? What do you?
You mean Sam? Yeah, Sam.
I don't know if he's watching the YouTube, but I hope he's gonna go back and watch this like years from now and hear that.
Oh wait, shit! This is on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh god.
Oh,
no.
okay.
You guys are live, man. This is on the wire now.
Oh, I didn't realize.
It's all good. Gem knows it's nothing but love. Nothing but love. But no, that's awesome, guys. I'm glad to hear everything's going well. Make sure you guys have water, you're eating, take breaks when you need them, and all the best to you guys. I would wish you guys good luck, but I think y'all are doing all right. So
yeah,
all the best, you guys. Keep up the great work, and you know, have a good time, and we'll maybe talk tomorrow and see what's going on.
All right, sounds good, bro. Take it easy.
See you later.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Thanks. Bye.